caucus will join the 3 Democrats who have been supporting a clean continuing resolution, the only bill that can actually end the shutdown. Mr. President, I'm glad to see that after 38 days, Democrats are finally warming up to the idea that their shutdown can't go on forever. And I urge my colleagues to support a clean continuing resolution so we can start a real discussion to address their health care mess, get back to the regular appropriations process, and above all, finally provide relief to the American people. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks.
write that down. Flower needs the rain. Mr. President,
Majority Whip.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, yesterday, Chuck Schumer, Minority Leader of the United States Senate, came to the floor with his most recent ransom note. Of course, it wasn't serious. It's dead on arrival. Senator Schumer is demanding that the U.S. government send a check directly to the insurance companies of America for the tune of tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars, right from the government, mainlined into the bank accounts of the insurance companies of America. Chuck Schumer actually cuts the people, the American people, the taxpayers, out of the process. The people who are waiting for food, the people who are waiting for paychecks, the people who are protecting us, cuts them out completely. Nope, direct money, Chuck Schumer, U.S. government, into the bank accounts of the insurance companies of America. Think about it. Direct payment, U.S. government to insurance companies, American people having absolutely nothing to say about how that money is spent. That's what Chuck Schumer wants. No accountability. What he said is if the Republicans will not send that $30 billion to insurance companies, and it may be more than that, actually, if you do all the calculations, the Democrats are ready to just keep the government closed, no paychecks, no food stamps, no military getting paid, nothing. Mr. President, this is a true reflection of the failure of Obamacare. Since Obamacare was passed by Democrats, and not a single voter, not a single Republican voted for it in the House or the Senate, Democrats alone, the costs of health care in this country have skyrocketed. You know what, Mr. President? So have the stock prices of the insurance companies. The average Obamacare premium has gone up by 221% since Obamacare passed. Remember when President Obama said that Obamacare would actually bring down prices? He said premiums would decrease by $2,500 apiece. It was a direct lie to the American people, and I believe Barack Obama knew it. He didn't seem to care. He was going to do anything he can to get a bill passed that was named after him. At the same time, since Obamacare became law, the stock prices of U.S. insurance companies has gone way up. Some by 500%, some by 1,000%, because the money goes directly from the federal government into the insurance companies' pockets. And what the Senate Democrats and Chuck Schumer has held this country hostage now for well over a month, well over 5 weeks. What does he want to do? He wants to just send them more money for one more year. Let's just send them all the checks again for one more year. Republicans believe the taxpayer dollars should go directly to the people that are making their own decisions about health care for their families, not the insurance companies. Let the American people decide what works for them and their families. Remember, it were the Democrats who broke health care in this country. They broke it the very day that they passed Obamacare. And you know, Mr. President, recently the liberal New York Times stated the obvious. This was a headline Sunday a week and a half ago. Obamacare is pricey. Right there, headline, top of the page. Obamacare is pricey. Mr. President, I'm a doctor. I practiced medicine for 24 years in my home state of Wyoming. Chief of Staff of the Wyoming Medical Center in Casper, President of the State Medical Society. I'll tell you exactly what Obamacare is. It's a failure, it's broken, it's unaffordable. The American people know that. Now, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats want to spend and send another 30 or more billions of dollars to the insurance companies for the whole next year. This is a disgrace. It's not just a mistake, a disgrace. You know, Mr. President, there are Democrats that realize that Obamacare is a failure, failed to lower the cost of care, because just this week, on this very floor, Senator Peter Welch of Vermont admitted, quote, that Democrats did fail to bring down the cost of health care. You better believe they failed. We've been saying that for years. It's good to be here on the floor of the Senate with another physician who knows all of the same things. I know he's going to speak about this as well, Mr. President, because my question is, why are Senator Welch's Democrat colleagues holding our entire country hostage to double down on a program that they know is continuing to fail? It has failed and it continues to fail, and they want to send more money. Why are Senator Welch's Democrat colleagues holding the entire country hostage to double down on a law that has failed the nation with regard to our health care? From the start, Democrats started to realize it because they needed to paper over the terrible cost overruns that they saw with Obamacare, and they did it with juicy, permanent subsidies. When Joe Biden became president, Democrats said, oh, it's getting worse. We better put additional subsidies on top of the already juicy subsidies that were there, just to try to prop it up. They did it to further hide the failures of Obamacare. Well, the end of the Biden COVID bonus payments, as I like to refer to these new juicy subsidies, the add-on subsidies, only about 4% of next year's projected 20% premium spike comes from that. And what do we see? We see these new subsidies. They didn't lower premiums. They continued to try to hide the real cost of the premiums. They shift the costs. And who do they shift them to? They dump it on the taxpayers. And that's what Chuck Schumer is trying to do today. Dump it onto the taxpayers and sending more money directly to the insurance companies and keeping the American people out of the equation completely. Today, taxpayers are paying 93% of the cost of Obamacare premiums. This is a dramatic escalation from years before. And what did all of this extra spending by the Democrats buy? There's that much money floating around, Mr. President. The American people are left behind, don't have a right to look right at where it's happening. It brought waste, fraud, abuse, and corruption. Oh, yeah, there's been corruption. Last year, the American people filed over 200,000 complaints with the federal government because they were unknowingly signed up or switched into Obamacare plans. So how could that happen? 200,000 people either didn't know it or was switched. How does that happen? Because it happened without their consent. You look into those situations, these people had to find out about it and then complain to the government. So there are people that actually got switched, still haven't found out about it. Well, insurance agents and brokers get paid every time they enroll someone in Obamacare. They do. Get something for that. So we know that some are actually criminally manipulating the system. And that's where we believe those 200,000 complaints have come from. People who have been maneuvered and manipulated without their knowledge. But Senator Schumer continues to promote keeping the government closed until his buddies from the big insurance companies, whose stocks have soared now under Obamacare, get another $30 billion or more injected right into their bank accounts. That's what Chuck Schumer came to the floor yesterday and demanded. Government staying closed until you guys all send $30 billion directly to the insurance companies. We know what people across the country believe about insurance companies, Mr. President. Would the American people trust themselves to make these decisions or trust the insurance companies to protect them? Well, that's what Chuck Schumer wants to do, keep the American people out of it. And meanwhile, federal workers have missed paychecks for more than a month. Military families are worried about rent. Air traffic controllers are overworked. They're exhausted. Planes are being canceled. Flights are being canceled. People are concerned about Thanksgiving. Enough is enough. Let's be clear with what Republicans are offering. We're ready to reopen the government today, make sure everybody gets paid who's been working without pay for the last 5 or 6 weeks by passing a clean, continuing bipartisan resolution. That means funding the government at current levels, so we pay our military families, we pay federal workers, we fund food assistance to 42 million Americans. Now think about that. That's 42 million Americans. That's more than twice the number of people in this country that are on Obamacare. Yet Chuck Schumer and the Democrats are willing to deny food to hungry children who outnumber the people on Obamacare right now by 2 to 1. That's what we're dealing with here. And not just once have they denied it, 14 times the Democrats have voted to not pay the working people and continue to pay, to continue to vote to keep the government closed. Mr. President, I know Republicans welcome a real debate about the many failures of Obamacare, because we believe Americans deserve quality, affordable health care, and they haven't gotten that with Obamacare. Reforms are needed that actually lower costs, that protect the taxpayers. The American people deserve a full debate about the unaffordability of Obamacare. Senator Schumer's offer does nothing to address the cost of health care, does nothing to lower premiums, does nothing to reassure the American people. All it does is make insurance companies richer and taxpayers poorer, and that is why it's dead on arrival. Republicans welcome the debate about having taxpayer money go directly to the American people versus this cozy relationship that Chuck Schumer wants to have with the insurance company, moving money directly to them. Mr. President, it is time to reopen the government. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsbrooks.
Unanimous consent to terminate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you. So here we are on a Saturday, beautiful outside. Every day gets better for us. If you're trying to get through the airport today, probably not true. If you're working for the government not getting paid, not a good day for you, not a good day for us, not a good day for the country. This has been going on way too long. Too many people are being damaged for no good purpose. We're not going to be extorted, held hostage. You're not going to terrorize the country to make us do something that makes no sense. We'd like to work on health care, but we're not going to extend the debacle called Obamacare. So every day gets better for us. You need to ask yourself in America, is that true for you? I don't think so. Let me tell you who has a good day today. The healthcare insurance companies. In 2024, United Healthcare made $817 per day under Obamacare. So it's definitely a good day for them. Cigna, $677. Anthem, Elevance, whatever they are, $480 million. Centene, $447 million. CVS, $358, Humana, $322, and lowly Molina, $112 million a day. That's what healthcare companies get under Obamacare every day. So when Senator Schumer says it gets better for us, I guarantee you every day we keep this system in place is a great day for the healthcare insurance companies who have been making out literally like bandits under Obamacare. In case this job doesn't work out for any of us, you want to go into the healthcare business? Big upgrade. United Health Group, CEO made $26.3 million. Cigna, $23.3. Molina, $21.9. Centene, $20.6. Elevance Health, Anthem, $20.5. CVS, $17.8. Humana lagging the field at $15.6. These people are doing very well. The problem is, health insurance companies do great every day from Obamacare. All these healthcare CEOs are doing fantastic, but you, the consumer, not so much. You were promised when Obamacare passed in 2010, President Obama said every family in America who participates in this thing will have about a $2,500 savings in premium reductions. It's been like a 100% increase. You just didn't miss it a little bit, you missed it a lot. This thing is unsustainable. Why do you call something the Affordable Health Care Act when every 5 minutes you're asking me and the presiding officer to dump $350 billion in it to keep it afloat? It's not affordable. It's never been affordable. The only people winning from this are health care insurance companies, CEOs, and it needs to stop. And why is the government shut down? The government is shut down because our friends on the other side are insisting we continue this program for another year. I'm not going to continue it for another day. I'm not going to pour tens of billions of dollars through Obamacare into healthcare insurance companies with the result being your premiums have increased by 100%. We're going to stop that. We'd like to work with you to come up with a better deal. Here's the good news. It wouldn't take much to make it a better deal. But if you're wondering what kind of deal it's been for healthcare companies, United Healthcare Group, 1,177% increase in their stock prices since Obamacare. Look at these numbers. I mean, 822, 414, 490, 859, 604, 595% increase in stock prices after the passage of Obamacare. These are the big winners, not you. And we're going to break this healthcare cartel. We're going to take this money that's flowing to insurance companies, and we're going to try to get it directly to you, the consumer, so you can have more purchasing power and actually, over time, create more competition and lower your health care prices. Something Obamacare is not doing. And to illustrate my point, I've gone from no charts to a bunch of charts. This is a big change in my life. Even I can understand that. That's like a rocket ship compared to the rest of the economy. So what have we discovered in the last few days? We have discovered that the subsidies under Obamacare are a windfall for insurance companies. We've discovered that every day we talk about health care as it is today, they're making a gob of money, hundreds of millions of dollars a day. We've learned that these health insurance companies have had stock increase prices unlike any other sector of the economy, and it all happened after Obamacare. They promised you lower premiums. Your premiums have doubled. What's happened? The big winners, insurance companies, and insurance companies are doing the Democratic Party's bidding. They're signing up people for Obamacare that haven't made a claim in 3 years. For every person they can find, they get money. So they got incentive just to stack this thing with people, whether it's good health care or not. So what did President Trump say today? He said, he recommended to all the Republicans, stand your ground, break this cycle, take the money away from health insurance companies, and let's flow it to the people to give them more purchasing power and stop the money-sucking health insurance companies from taking tens of billions of dollars out of Obamacare. So the Affordable Care Act is not affordable. There is a better way. We're going to insist on that better way. And to my Democratic friends, we're not going to extend this program for a year because that would be unfair to the taxpayer. That would continue a health care system that's out of control. It would enrich insurance companies even more. We're not going to do that. We're going to replace this broken system with something that is actually better for the consumer to meet the goal of lowering health care costs. So you have to understand, terrorizing the public is not going to get us as Republicans to continue a very bad health care bill. We're not going to do it. We will talk to you, President Trump will, all of us will, about how getting better value is possible, how lower premiums is possible, but you got to change the fundamental precept of Obamacare, which is proven to be anything but affordable. That's like the Inflation Reduction Act. All it did was cause inflation. The Affordable Health Care Act has become unaffordable. Obamacare is growing faster than almost any other thing in health care because it's designed to enrich health care companies. The more people they sign up, the more money they get, and it's not about quality. It's about stacking as many people as you can under the umbrella of government-run health care, and apparently it doesn't matter if the government-run health care is working. It does matter to us. We would like to get a better return on investment. So I want to congratulate President Trump. He has gotten into the game today. He's given us a pathway forward. I'm going to heed his advice and counsel. I am not going to extend the unaffordable health care Obama health care program for another year, another day. There's a better way. President Trump talked to me this morning. He'd like to sit down and see if we can come up with a better solution. I know we can, but we're not going to do it while the government's shut down. This is day 37, 38, whatever day it is. Every day is hundreds of millions of dollars to these insurance companies. Every day we've shut the government down is families who work for the government have no money. We're hurting our national security. We're hurting morale. It's getting dangerous to fly. So stop it. End this madness. We tried to shut the government down to build a wall. We eventually built the wall because it's a good idea, but shutting the government down to build a wall wasn't a good idea. So I would urge you, my Democratic colleagues, keep working with us. Open this government. Let's find a way to provide better health care that doesn't enrich insurance companies. Let's see if we can break this cycle of all the money going to insurance companies. They're getting filthy rich off this. See if we can take the money and actually give it to people to buy better health care, to lower cost and create competition. Mr. President, in case you're listening out there, I think you've come up with a good idea. Count me on board. To my colleagues on this side, this is a fight worth having. To my Democratic colleagues, let's open up the government and act like adults and see if we can get this problem in a better spot. We'll never do it with the government shut down. The only thing that's going to come from the government shutdown is misery, pain, and heartache. With that, I'll yield.
President.
Gentleman from North Dakota.
Madam President, I'm pleased to join my colleague from South Carolina on the floor and really want to echo and emphasize what he's talking about. And that is that health care absolutely needs to be reformed. And as the senator from South Carolina said, that's exactly what the president has said. We've got to reform health care because medical inflation is going up like a rocket. And it is not going to change until we reform this health care system. And it starts with making sure that support goes to people so they have more control over their own health care. That is just common sense. And so I agree with my colleague from South Carolina and certainly with the president's comment that that's the kind of reform that needs to be done, but it needs to be done when the government is open. And again, we are calling on our colleagues to join us, to vote, to open up government. The American people are suffering. We need to get back to work on all these issues, and that happens when they join us and vote to open up government. For more than a month, Democrats have refused to pass a simple, clean, nonpartisan continuing resolution, one that would simply keep government open and allow us to continue our work on all these things and on the appropriations process, regular order, moving the bills through the way we should. And gee, this is something that they did 13 times during the Biden administration. 13 times by the during the Biden administration. And it wasn't just some of the Democrats that made these 13 votes. It was all of them. All of them. All of them. And now they continue to hold government hostage, and the American people pay the price. For more than a month, Democrats have put programs like SNAP at risk, jeopardizing support that 42 million Americans rely on to help put food on the table. For more than a month, Democrats have refused to support women and young children who rely on WIC programs for supplemental nutrition assistance. Emergency funding for that program is nearly exhausted. For more than a month, Democrats have refused to provide educational opportunities to the 750,000 children who participate in the Head Start program, many of which are in danger of closing soon or have already been shuttered. For more than a month, Democrats have refused to pay federal employees, including our military, our National Guard, air traffic controllers, and TSA agents, those who keep this nation safe. These individuals are maintaining critical services for our nation while facing major personal financial uncertainty. The Department of Transportation has been forced to order air service reductions across the country in order to protect the safety of the traveling public, as fed up and tired air traffic controllers continue to go without pay. The men and women of our armed forces are waiting in line at food banks and struggling to pay their rent. Madam President, the American people are suffering. This shutdown is not governing. Senate Democrats need to vote with us to reopen the government so we can continue our work on full-year appropriation bills. As I said just a minute ago, during President Biden's administration, Democrats passed the same kind of clean, short-term CR 13 times. Now they want to add extraneous policies just to keep the government funded. The Appropriations Committee has advanced 8 of the 12 appropriation bills with strong bipartisan majorities. We have passed 3 of those bills on the Senate floor with more than 80 votes, and we're ready to move on them today and to get back to regular order and the appropriations process, govern the right way, fund priorities, find savings to address the deficit where we can, and make sure we are doing our work on behalf of the American people. Madam President, it is long past time for Democrats to vote yes to reopen the government. It is time to resume governing on behalf of the American people. It's that simple. With that, I yield the floor. Madam President,
Gentleman from North Dakota.
I note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Democratic Leader.
Ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Madam President, the blast radius of the Republican shutdown grows even larger. This morning, tens of millions of Americans remain in limbo as this administration continues its crusade against SNAP. The Supreme Court has allowed the administration to withhold benefits as the case makes its way through the lower courts. For this administration to go all the way to the Supreme Court just to get out of having to pay SNAP benefits for hungry kids is pathological levels of vindictiveness. This crisis is in the administration's hands. It's all them, not anyone else. The minute the administration wanted to, it could find a fix for SNAP and ensure that people don't go hungry. But they're not choosing to act in what is really a nasty act of hostage-taking against the most vulnerable people in our society. Let me read what the Rhode Island judge said earlier this week about this case. Quote, "People have gone without for too long. Not making payments to them for even another day is simply unacceptable." Now, the administration could have said, okay, we'll have to pay it, but that wasn't good enough for them. Of course not. This administration, again, is viciously cruel and will use anybody for a hostage. But the chaos doesn't end with SNAP benefits. 39 days into the crisis, the FAA has ordered a 10% cut of flights at America's busiest airports, and Secretary Duffy warned it could soon reach 20%. As of this morning, over 1,000 flights have been canceled. Travelers are standing in line for hours just to get through security. Parents traveling to see their kids have had their plans turned upside down. People traveling for funerals, family reunions, business trips have all too often been met with chaos. But what's happening at America's airports right now is not an accident, it's a stunt. Look at the way the order was designed. 4% of flights canceled yesterday at 40 major airports, with plans to ramp up day to day until it hits 10% and maybe 20%. How much more transparently political can you get? This isn't about safety. It's about politics masquerading as safety. When air traffic controllers are working without pay, when the system is strained to its limit, the solution isn't to cancel flights. It's to pay the worker and open up the government, which the administration could do right now. As I understand it, under previous shutdowns, airports were never shut down. But again, the level that this administration, the level that they will go to, putting the American people in discomfort and worse, is unprecedented. Instead of negotiating with Democrats to lower costs, Republicans would rather let air traffic controllers go unpaid. Instead of negotiating with Democrats to reopen the government, they'd rather ground flights. Instead of negotiating with Democrats to help families, they're punishing travelers. Instead of governing, Republicans are playing games with people's livelihoods. And they have the ability to pay the air traffic controllers like they sent money, just as Trump sent money to Argentina, $20 billion. If they wanted to find the money, they could. Absolutely. So why? Why have Republicans dragged this shutdown on for so long? Because they don't want to lower health care costs. Because they seem happy to let 24 million Americans see their premiums double on average. Yesterday, we offered Republicans a perfectly reasonable compromise to get out of this horrible shutdown that they installed on the American people. We offered three things. We all vote to reopen the government. We all approve a one-time temporary extension of current ACA premium tax credits, and then after we reopen, we'll negotiate, as Republicans say they want, for longer-term fixes to ACA affordability.
Will the senator yield for a question?
No, only after I finish. Okay. I know many Republicans stormed out the gate to dismiss this offer, but that's a terrible mistake. Our offer is not a new policy. This is not negotiating in a shutdown. It's simply agreeing to maintain current funding levels. A one-year extension is something many Republicans themselves have said they want. It's something a great many Americans support. 55% of Trump supporters support it after all. So it's alarming that Republicans even refuse to acknowledge we have an immediate crisis right now that needs fixing. Listen to the arguments Republicans have been making on the floor. Just listen. Republicans are making it clear as day that they are happy to let premiums skyrocket. Behind me is the consequence. Look at this across America in states red and blue. The black areas are districts that would increase subsidies, that subsidy costs would increase that insurance payments for people would increase 300%. Dark blue 200 to 300, and the list goes on. Look how bad it is. Every single state's impacted, most of all Republican states. Look, if Republicans want to talk about long-term fixes to ACA affordability, Democrats are ready. We said so yesterday. But in the meantime, doing nothing is derelict because people will go bankrupt, people will lose insurance, people will get sicker. And that's what will happen if this Congress fails to act. Republicans must act. I yield to my colleague from Ohio.
Thank you to the Democrat leader for yielding to a question. Have you put forward a proposal that we can read that you referenced in your speech, what says a clean continuing resolution with the extension of the ACA Biden COVID credits?
Yes, as we spoke yesterday.
So there is
I will not be interrupted.
No, my question is there a proposal in writing that we can read?
There is a proposal that is very simple. First, you haven't put your proposed fix to the ACA, the new one, which Leader Thune has spoken about on the floor, so we can't give you a counter in writing. But it's very simple, because we have two sentences we would add to any proposal, which would extend the ACA benefits for 1 year. That's all, plain and simple. And the leader can put that in his proposal on opening up the government. So it doesn't need a vote. It can't be blocked by anybody. It's the right thing to do.
Would it still have no income caps, so people who make $1 million, $2, $3 million a year?
As we said, if he would have listened to my speech yesterday, once we pass the 1 year fix, so people right now aren't in difficulty, we would sit and negotiate that. The leader has said he won't negotiate before. We're willing to negotiate once the credits are extended, plain and simple. And we made that in our proposal yesterday.
So for 1 year, people making millions of dollars would still receive these COVID-era subsidies?
The bottom line is the senator from Ohio ignores that 99% of people, you want to hurt people making $10,000, $50,000, $90,000 and hold this up? We can fix what the gentleman said in a negotiation, but don't have people who are every day being hurt by paying thousands of dollars more that they can't afford. I know that the senator from Ohio cares about the billionaires. We care about average working people. I yield the floor.
So just to be clear, Ms. President.
Was recognized.
So just to be clear, what you heard from the minority leader was the following. I just want to recap it for those of you who might have missed. Number one, he acknowledged that the Democrats have actually not put forward a written proposal that people could look at. Number two, he acknowledged that his plan would be to allow millionaires, let me just say that clearly, people making millions of dollars would receive Biden-era COVID Obamacare subsidies. You heard that right. No income cap. I was going to ask him before he stormed out of the room, because evidently he doesn't want to hear any opposing views or actually engage in meaningful negotiation. He would have heard me ask the next question, Madam President, which is, would he continue $0 premiums, which we know for a fact have enormous levels of fraud? If he had stayed, I would have asked him a third question. Does he want these monies to go directly to insurance companies? Let me repeat that, Madam President, because I don't think the American people have been told the truth here. This money does not go to people on Obamacare. This is a check written from the federal government to the wealthiest insurance companies on the planet. He wants no income caps, millionaires getting COVID subsidies. He wants $0 premiums that are filled with fraud. And he wants to enrich insurance companies even more. And because he can't get that, here's the irony. There's federal workers, military, TSA, the clerks here that aren't receiving paychecks, that might get their health insurance canceled because we're not sending the premiums in. He's doing this to help people who have made millions of dollars already with this flawed healthcare system. And, Madam President, to make it worse, he admitted, right here on the floor of the United States Senate, the minority leader admitted that he has actually not submitted a written proposal to allow the Senate to consider. And let me just say one last thing, and I'll yield my time to the senator from Louisiana, who last night I want to give him enormous credit. Honestly, phenomenal proposal. I love what you said, which is instead of sending this money to insurance companies, why don't we send it to the people directly? Let them be empowered to hold insurance companies accountable. Let them make the decisions. I find it laughable that he says, I'm for billionaires. I'm somebody who worked my entire life in a private sector. And according to financial disclosures, he has a higher net worth than I do. And he's been a politician his whole life. So I don't know the math around that. But I'll yield the floor to my great colleague from Louisiana, who sadly, by the way, the cameras don't pan the room. There's no Democrats here listening to what you're about to say. And you're here because you're a good man, because in your heart you want to fix this. They say that we won't negotiate with them. They want to negotiate with President Trump, which is funny because I look around, there's little plaques all over this floor. There's none that say Donald J. Trump. There's none that say that. This is a negotiation among the United States Senate. But they're not even here. Look, gone, empty, empty. Maybe they're at lunch with some lobbyists. Maybe from insurance company lobbyists are taking him out and playing golf today. I would if I were an insurance company lobbyist. I'd be like, man, you guys are making me rich. Like filthy, filthy rich. And isn't it, and I'm going to end, I swear here. Isn't it ironic, Senator Cassidy, that we want to give the money directly to the American people, and they want to give it right into the pockets of the people who fund their campaigns. And maybe they even own those stocks. Things for people out there to listen to and think about. I'll yield the floor now.
Thank you, Senator Moreno. And I think Senator Moreno...
Gentleman from Louisiana.
Thank you. I think Senator Moreno, and frankly, Senator Schumer, they are reflecting the frustration the American people have. I'm going to give a speech which is substantially the same as what I gave last night, and I'll give it again later today. It's like TV advertising. I need people to actually listen to what I am saying as opposed to immediately presuming they know what I'm going to say, and we end in the same dadgum situation we've been for 39 days. We need to open the government. So, if we need to talk about health care to open the government, let's talk about health care. Now, and again, I worked for 20 years in a public hospital for the uninsured and the poorly insured. I know the consequences of this inflation that we have been having when it comes to health insurance. I know the impact it's having upon people as to whether or not, my gosh, can I even afford to keep it? So Congress, Senate, let's find a solution. But to find a solution, we have to put down the way we've always thought. The way that, oh my gosh, we are going to oppose if the other side proposes it just because the other side proposes. We've got to actually move beyond the entrenched way of thinking and be creative. So, and may I point out an irony here? Senator Moreno talked about irony. Right now, the Republicans are trying to return to the original ACA model in which money went straight to the patient, but not to the insurance company. At some point, it wasn't funded, and so the first Trump administration allowed a workaround, and that workaround has led to these high premiums. Democrats are going to the mattress to defend a workaround from the first Trump administration that was trying to make up for a portion of the Affordable Care Act that could not be implemented. They should be saying, let's go kind of back to the model of how the Affordable Care Act was supposed to be implemented. Instead, they're defending Trump 1 policies. I don't even know if they know that, but it's their, my gosh, I got to oppose just to oppose, that's going to defeat us getting out of this lockdown. So let's just talk about the enhanced premium tax credit. Again, a program that sends billions. This coming year, $26 billion will go to insurers if all we do is a straight-out reauthorization. But that actually doesn't make health care less affordable. And in fact, even for health insurance, it can make the policy more expensive for many of those who are in the individual market. Now, let me make clear now. I am not. Are we ready for a thing? And by the way, let me just show this chart as to the impact this is having upon health insurers. This is major health insurance company stock performance after the passage of Obamacare, from March 2010 to November 2025. For United Health Group, they're up almost 1,200%. For Cigna, 800%. And you can go down the line. Now, I'm not bashing insurance companies. We need them. But do we really need to send $26 billion more this year when we can send it straight to the patient? By the way, and we're not talking about doing away with every part of the health insurance program, just that portion currently being funded by the enhanced premium tax credits. And so when Senator Moreno talks about these dollars going to insurance companies, we can see the impact of that upon their stock price. It's done great. So let's maybe do something different. Let's, instead of worried about the pocketbook of the insurance company, let's worry about the pocketbook of our fellow American who's paying these higher costs. Now, instead of paying the insurance company to manage the care, my proposal is to have a pre-funded federal flexible spending account. Now, before I go into that detail, let's talk about the problems of the enhanced premium tax credits. And by the way, this is Bill Cassidy talking. This is not the chairman of the Help Committee. This is not the Trump administration. This is not the leader of the Senate. This is my proposal, and I don't attribute it to anybody, although I'll note that the president apparently is in support. And right now I'm speaking to my colleagues, and I'm speaking to Americans who might be watching. Now, under the enhanced premium tax credit, if your insurance premium goes up, Washington just pays more. There's absolutely no incentive for the insurers to hold down cost, because the more it costs, the more they get. Think about that. The higher the health care cost, the more the insurance company gets. Now, they're not evil, but I will say there's a clear motivation here. If you're a profit-making company and you can be insensitive to how much that cost is increasing, you're going to be insensitive. We need to have incentive to bring the cost down. We need to have a transparency as to what things actually cost, and we need to reward families who actually try and save. I liken this to, you got a broken bone, you put a bandage on it, it doesn't heal the fracture, it just hides the broken bone. Let's fix the broken bone. We actually need to help the patient, the family, be incentivized to shop for that lower cost and incentivize the companies to lower the cost. So the enhanced premium tax credit, it doesn't empower patients. It enriches insurance company, and I will note that since this Obamacare passed, insurance companies have done very well. But the patient's health care has become more expensive, and it's now out of the reach for many families. Now, I got a tweet last night from one of my Democratic colleagues. No, we got to defend status quo. I'm thinking, and this person is a vociferous critic of insurance companies. And I'm thinking, will you just listen? As opposed to just reject, listen. We don't want this $26 billion going to insurance companies where 20% of it is taken for administrative overhead and profit. We want it to go to the families where 100% is paid for health care. And not in some way which puts them at a disadvantage, but in a way which puts them at an advantage. And as opposed to discussing this over Twitter, let's actually meet face to face and see if you can be persuaded that this is a better way to go. So what can we do to break the model, to do something different? Can we, are we ready for the next one now? Now imagine a different, chart 2, please. Now imagine a different type of help, not an insurance subsidy, but a health account that you, our fellow Americans, control. right now, where does the health care dollar go? In the enhanced premium tax credit, it goes to the insurance company. 20% is going to administrative overhead. That should read 80%. And 80% is going to pay for payments of care. So 20% for administrative overhead, you lose that, 80% to take care of payments. Here, we take that portion of the current payment the federal government is making that goes to enhanced premium tax credits, and we put it in a pre-funded flexible savings account. And the patient has an account. My wife and I have one of these. It works pretty well. And 100% of the money goes to paying for health care. And it can pay for the physician, the medicines, it can pay for dentistry and orthodontia. So in all this, you've got a 20% plus up in the amount available to actually pay for health care. Now, every eligible American citizen on the exchange would get this federally pre-funded. I keep stressing the pre-funded. In the health savings account my wife and I have, we're on an Obamacare exchange, we actually take a portion of our income and we designate it to go into the flexible spending account. But here, we would take a value equal to the amount the person would have otherwise received from the enhanced premium tax credit, and we put it in the flexible spending account. And it pays for real world expenses. I just mentioned, it pays for dental care. It pays for eyeglasses. Keep in mind, many insurance policies on the exchanges don't pay for dental care, and they don't pay for eyeglasses. It's something extra that you have to purchase. In this case, the flexible spending account would allow that to be done. Prescription drugs, your routine medical services and preventive care. It does not go for premiums, though. It goes to the patient, and the patient then uses it as she understands helps her family's budget the most. Now, by the way, let me just give a shout out to the president. He recognizes we have a problem. He knows the insurance market is broken. He put out a tweet last night favoring this approach. And you can't read this because it's too much language, but you see it's from Donald J. Trump, and bottom line is he wants money to go to patients and not to insurance companies. And the response to that from one of my Democratic colleagues was, oh, we're taking money from insurance companies. No, we're taking that portion that would be part of the enhanced premium tax credit, and we're putting it in a pre-funded flexible spending account. If people would just listen as opposed to automatically reject, and if people would realize that Democrats are defending a Republican workaround to something that Obamacare tried to do, but they wrote the language poorly so it couldn't be implemented, maybe they would stop and reconsider, why am I part of this totally ironic situation where Democrats are fighting to the death, keeping the government closed almost 40 days because we want to defend Trump 1 administration policies? The irony here is incredible. So, the president's posting that we need to redirect these enhanced premium tax credit subsidy amounts to our Americans so that they can get their own health care. So, I agree with the president. We need to give the money to the patient and bypass the insurance company for this portion of what they would otherwise receive. Now, I've also been told, sounds great, Bill, but it sounds complicated. 72% of Americans working for a government entity, federal government, state, local, have access to a flexible spending account. 47% of those in the commercial market. Hundreds of millions of Americans have access to these accounts. My wife and I have had an account for several years. This is not complicated. Now, my wife and I are on the small business Obamacare exchange. It's not offered on the individual exchange, but it's offered on the small business exchange, the one that Congress is on. So, but the point is, we are already doing this. If you say it's complicated, you say it's complicated, and yet we're already doing it. So I'm not quite sure where the complication comes. It's like saying it's complicated to play a football game, but we've been playing football games every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. No, it's not complicated. We know the rules of the game. The players know who they are. They go out and they play, and we have a score. So, by the way, if there's going to be some bureaucratic obstacle to getting some rule change in order to make sure we can take it from one exchange to the other. Even the people that hate President Donald J. Trump will admit that guy can get the bureaucracy to do things. If there's anybody in Washington, D.C. that can get something done when a bureaucrat says it can't be, it is Donald J. Trump. So you may not like the guy, but at this point, his strength is our strength, so let's use his strength to solve this problem if we can just get beyond an outright rejection, because the president might like it too. Now, just one example. I'll hold that example just for the sake of time. So let me make clear the differences between the enhanced premium tax credits and a federally funded, pre-funded flexible spending account. Again, this is only the portion benefiting the patient that currently goes to the enhanced premium tax credit, which will be $26 billion this coming year. Who gets the money? Enhanced premium tax credit? Insurance companies. Under a pre-funded flexible savings account, patients and families. What can it be used for? Insurance premiums. For patients, real care. Doctor's visits, dentist visits, glasses, prescriptions, boom, real care. Who makes the decision? The insurance company? No. In the pre-funded FSA, it is the patient making the decision. And does it lower costs? No. Demonstrably, this enhanced premium tax credit has contributed to higher premium costs. Here, the patient is empowered to shop. If I can get my medical service, my mammogram, my MRI, cheaper here than there, I'm motivated to do that because it leaves more money in my pocket. That is called patient empowerment. Give the patient the power, dadgummit. By the way, if it turns out you can save money by paying cash instead of the negotiated rate from the insurance company, pay cash. That begins to lower it. But you would at least get the negotiated price. But now you also have the option of paying cash, and believe it or not, it is oftentimes cheaper to pay cash than to pay the negotiated price from the insurance company. So you save money, and the taxpayer's funding, pre-funding your account also saves money. That's the essence of giving a patient the power. She picks the best deal, just like she would for groceries, for a car, or for a house. Now, how does this empower consumers? The pre-funded flexible spending account doesn't treat someone as a dependent of the federal government like the enhanced premium tax credit does. It treats them like a capable consumer who knows what's best for their family, where to go for their dental work, where to go for their pharmacy, and how much to pay. The negotiated rate from the insurance company, or if you can find it, a cheaper cash price. And instead of Washington paying insurance companies to manage, the insurance company to manage your day-to-day care, you manage it, the patient manages it, the mama manages it with fairness, transparency, and flexibility. Now, by the way, some say, well, won't this cost more? It'll cost about the same as the enhanced premium tax credit, which should be something to appeal to my Democratic colleagues. By and large, we would take the same money going for the enhanced premium tax credit, and we would put it into these pre-funded flexible savings accounts. Now, we'd cut out the fraud. You save some money there, and some little bit and little bit. The second year, I think we would save money. I'd like to do this for 2 years, but this is up for talking, because people are going to start purchasing more wisely. Other reforms will kick in. But the point being, my Democratic colleagues, it'll cost about the same as far as I'm concerned. But the difference is, instead of 20% going to an insurance company's profit and administrative overhead, 100% is going for real care. So, this isn't just fiscally responsible, it is common sense. Now, as I conclude, let me once more point out the irony. The irony is, the enhanced premium tax credits, you can draw a straight line back to the higher premium cost associated with the Trump 1 administration trying to find a workaround for a poorly drafted Affordable Care Act. And since then, premiums have gone up. And what my Democratic colleagues are fighting for to the death is to continue a direct result of that Trump 1 policy. And you could say there's some irony that Republicans are saying, let's go back to an original structure because it gave more money to the patient. I would like to say that's something that, as a Republican, I was always for. But I would say that currently the Democratic position is entrenched. Not all, but entrenched. If a Republican proposes it, if Donald Trump treats in favor of it, we have to reject it. All I'm asking is stop being a Democrat for just a second and be an American. Be an American who hadn't been paid for 40 days. Be an American who's paying too much for our health insurance and too much for our health care. Stop being a partisan and start being an American. I am ready to talk. Again, it's Bill Cassidy, it's not Trump, it's not Thune, it's not anybody else. But only when we begin to communicate are we going to find a solution that works for us all. Let's stop writing blank checks to insurance companies. Let's invest in the patients. And I'll finish by saying this. We got to open the government. We got to open the government. And once we do that, we'll have the people back that can finish drafting this. But we have to be willing to take a risk. We have to get out of our entrenched positions. And by the way, I'm going to get criticized for this, but we got to take a risk. And we take that risk. If we're brave enough to do something different, then we're going to solve this problem. I'm a doctor, but most importantly, I'm a doctor who's an American that wants our country to be served by a Congress which is more concerned about partisan bickering than about the people back home. With that, I yield.
Will the senator from Louisiana yield to some very quick questions? Yes, sir. First question I have for you, senators, how many Democrat colleagues are in the chamber today, right now?
Unfortunately, none.
So zero, not one single Democrat is in the chamber listening, debating, having a dialogue with you. Question number two, if you're a union worker in my state, Ohio, do these Biden, Obamacare, COVID-era subsidies lower their health costs?
Absolutely not.
If you're somebody on Medicare, no matter where you are in America, do these COVID-era Biden, Obamacare subsidies lower your deductibles?
Absolutely not.
If you get private insurance through a small business like the one I used to own, do these Biden-era COVID subsidies lower your health care costs?
Does nothing to benefit those people you're describing.
If you're unfortunately somebody who is having a tough time and you're on Medicaid, you're disabled, children, do these Biden-era COVID subsidies lower your deductibles or your out-of-pocket costs?
No.
So none of the people I just mentioned. Not union workers, not people on Medicare, not people on Medicaid, not people on private insurance, not unions that negotiated incredible rates. None of them will see lower health care costs. Am I accurate in that?
You're absolutely accurate.
Who stands to gain by the federal government writing a check for $26 billion to do what the Democrats want in order to open the people's government?
Well, insurance companies most directly, and there will be lower premiums.
But just to be clear, the money goes directly to the insurance company, correct? It doesn't go through the pocket of the consumer. So if for example, I want to go find a doctor that's going to offer treatment for less money because my deductible's too high, this doesn't help me because I'm not getting the money. It's going to go to the insurance company, correct? Correct. And Senator, you're so smart on this topic, and you're the chairman of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. Is that true?
Correct.
Who was the previous chairman?
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders. Okay. Bernie Sanders was chairman when, again, just to be clear
last Congress.
Which would have been through 2024?
Yeah, he's for 2 years.
And the Biden-era Obamacare subsidies were extended in 22, is that correct?
Correct, I think that's right.
To expire in 25.
To expire in 25.
So who voted for the expiration date of 2025?
Not Republicans, rather Democrats.
So just to be clear, the Democrats voted to have these subsidies expire this year, correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge, was there a hearing last year in 2024 in which the Democrats got together and say, whoa, these Biden-era COVID Obamacare subsidies, we set them to expire in 25, we should really make them permanent or extend them? Was there a single hearing in your committee about that topic?
There was not.
So, wait, I'm confused. They set the expiration date at 25, and then they didn't have one hearing to say, my God, now how about in December of 24? They knew they lost the election. Did they have an emergency meeting in December of 2024 and said these Biden-era COVID Obamacare subsidies are going to expire? We don't know the Republicans are going to extend them. We need to do that. Did they add it to the continuing resolution that funded the government in December then, when they had total control of this chamber? Did they do it then?
They did not.
So this is a political stunt, and the American people need to see it for what it is. My career, I negotiated my whole life. Negotiations is about leverage. Would you agree?
Yep.
What leverage are the Democrats using in this negotiation?
Unfortunately, shutting down the government.
What does that mean, shutting down the government? Who's the leverage? Is it air traffic controllers that aren't getting paid? The Capitol Police that aren't getting paid? Yesterday, we tried to fund federal workers who are forced to work. Is that true?
Correct.
Democrats voted that down. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would you have a hard time walking into this building, Senator, and seeing those Capitol Police officers out there and your staff and knowing that you voted not to pay them?
I cannot imagine feeling good about that.
Knowing that you walked by TSA to go to your lobbyist retreat in Napa Valley, and you know that you are responsible for them not getting paid, that they're your leverage, SNAP recipients, Head Start recipients. They're using the American people's suffering as political leverage. That's how far gone the Democrat Party is. What you're offering would hurt insurance companies' pocketbooks, would it not?
Insurance companies will do pretty well no matter what.
But this would hurt their
But
pocket.
it would take $26 billion that would instead go to an insurance company, and instead it gives it to a family for the. I always use the feminine. Women make all the decisions in healthcare. It would give her the ability to make a best decision for real care for her family, finding the best value for her dollar. 100% of it would go to her, to all of those, and they would make a better decision.
Two final questions, and I will yield the floor. Our great senator from West Virginia needs to speak. $26 billion. $26 billion, a number that most Americans can't even conceive. The government is staying closed because Democrats want to give $26 billion more to insurance companies, and you're proposing to give that to the American people instead. Is that accurate?
Absolutely.
Last question. The COVID Biden-era subsidies were set to expire in 2025 by Democrats. Did you know that when they had power, they set the EV, electric vehicle subsidies, to expire in 2032?
Wait. So just to understand, the EV subsidies did not expire until 2032, but this subsidy for people's health insurance expired this year.
Correct, and they were $7,500. You could lease a Rolls-Royce, a Mercedes, a Lamborghini, and if you did that, the government would give you $7,500, Madam President. I want the American people to think about that when they understand how far gone the Democrat Party has gone. Thank you for your presentation.
Yield.
Madam President.
Senator from West Virginia.
Madam President, while we're getting set up here, I want to thank my fellow senator from Louisiana who just spoke about an issue of health savings accounts, flexible spending accounts. You know what always gets me about the pushback on something like this? When people are going to be able to make their own decisions and have the money go to them rather than an insurance company, for some reason, the other side always underestimates the real intellect and the real thoughtful decision-making that go on in families every single day, no matter what your socioeconomic, how much money you make. They always underestimate the voter, and they're underestimating the ability of a family to make a decision about their own health care when they do that. So I congratulate him for his thoughtfulness, as always, and really common sense and really simplicity of what he's really saying. So if anybody's been outside today, and I know many of you are here working, unfortunately, it is an absolutely gorgeous day. Great day for football. Beautiful sun, not too hot, not too cold, gorgeous day. But for a lot of people, it's not a good day. A lot of people around this country are wondering when they're going to get to go back to work, when they're going to get paid, how they're going to feed their families, is their trip going to be canceled? All of this has been put on to the American people, and here we are again, day 39 of the Schumer shutdown. And what is there to show for it? Well, nothing, except a lot of pain on a beautiful day. The chart here, I'm going to put up here myself, is something that I think really hasn't been talked about enough, but it's really something we need to focus on because it shows the fairness of what's going on today. 13 times during the Biden-era presidency, we passed this exact same bill, extending government. Some of this, the VV, is by voice votes. I voted for every single one of these, and so did many of my colleagues. 13 times. And so I think you have to look at the contrast of we've well exceeded this 14 times and probably will again, where we're getting total obstruction from the other side. So families are anxious about their paychecks. Federal workers are not sure when they're going to go back. Capitol Police, the folks here, many of the folks in and around the D.C. area, and many West Virginians, because we have a lot of federal employees, don't know where their next paycheck's coming from. I'm really concerned about our SNAP recipients, about whether they'll be able to put food on the table. We have travelers stranded in airports all over this country, and our air traffic controllers, many of them, are pushed to the brink. They're not getting paid. They've got a lot of anxiety about that because they have so many obligations, like many families. They can't meet the obligations. Veterans are facing delays as well. You know what? The American people do not deserve this. They deserve a beautiful day in the fall, watching their favorite football team, if that's what they want to do, or watching their grandchildren play soccer, and not have all of this put on top of them. So instead of ending the shutdown, the Democrats have come forward with their so-called offer, which is a one-year extension of the Obamacare Act subsidies. Well, let me make clear, as my colleagues have, this offer is just absurd. We've been doing this for 39 days the government's been closed. 39 days. And yet this offer is supposed to be the bridge to the end. To me, that's just incredible. The plan is to give $26 billion handout to the insurance companies. Here's my second chart, which shows the revenues per day of insurance companies that do health insurance benefits through the exchange. I mean, it's not millions, it's hundreds of millions. And yet, the Democrats want to hand over another $26 billion. So who does it benefit? It benefits the wealthy. There's no fraud protections. It does nothing, absolutely nothing, to lower the cost of health care. And Dr. Cassidy made a compelling argument about that just previously. So while Americans are feeling the consequences of this shutdown, our colleagues' answer is to shovel $26 billion to the insurance companies. That's not compassion, that is fiscal insanity. So I had a conversation with my Democrat colleagues last night. And they said, well, you know, the insurance companies are saying that it's too late now for them to redo their insurance estimations. because of what's going on. So or to make any adjustments, say if you want to bring the income down or you want to do no zero cost plans, it's too late. You know, I'm sitting there thinking, maybe that was the plan all along. Let's close the government for 39 days because now it's too late to make any adjustments. 39 days ago, with the government open, we could have been negotiating all of this. Our leader has sat there in the well every single day and offered to negotiate. The president has offered to negotiate. Many of us have, including me. Dr. Marshall here, Senator Marshall, has a plan that he's had in front of all of us. And yet we're now 39 days. So maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the plan. Let's hold it out for 39 days so the insurance companies can get their $39 billion. And let's not forget what these subsidies are from. They're out of the COVID era, from the health care that they created and proudly call Obamacare, which none of us voted for. And these bonuses were never meant to be permanent, never. Or they could have attempted to make them permanent themselves. So they set them to expire this year, and the irony that they want to have them expire next year, right before an election, is not lost, I don't believe, on any of us. So instead of doing their job and simply reopening the government, this is not a hard exercise here. This is open the government. They want to make these temporary giveaways permanent. They want to double down on the failures of Obamacare. We're not even talking about the cost of health care, hardly. That whole argument is getting lost on this. A system that they have admitted on this floor, has not been working, and it has irrational demands. So these so-called premium subsidies, they don't lower the cost of health care. They simply shift the cost onto the taxpayer. And under the proposal, wealthy families, people making hundreds of thousands of dollars, would now qualify for taxpayer-funded health care. How many times have I sat on this floor and heard the argument from the other side that all we care about are millionaires and billionaires and eliminating taxes for them, when they themselves are putting $26 billion into the hands of very wealthy companies, but also individuals are able to take advantage of these. So how is that fair to a coal miner in Logan County, or a nurse in Mon County, or a teacher in Wheeling? It just plain is not. These West Virginians work hard every day. They pay their taxes. They expect government to live within its means. Well, not to say, they expect government to be open. Isn't that kind of a given here? Government to be open and not hand out big bonuses to big insurers or the wealthy. So meanwhile, because of this shutdown, real people are paying the price. My state of West Virginia, not just thousands of families and people, hundreds of thousands of people are losing their SNAP, have lost their SNAP benefit, which they rely on every month. So when I think about that, what do I think about? I think about the young mother who's maybe a single mother with 2 kids, who's working hard every day but can't get insurance through their employer. They're working hard every day. She's got to be frantic, so concerned about how is she going to care for her kids. That is just an excruciating thought for any mother to have. Our seniors have the same thoughts. But these benefits are a risk because the Democrats won't do something simple like open the government. Our federal employees, our park rangers, our mine safety, my mine safeties, I've got a lot of coal mines. Mine safety inspectors are very thin right now, not doing a lot of their work. People who keep our communities safe, they are forced to wait, to wonder, and to worry. And it is a worry. Family, we're getting ready, we're leading up to Thanksgiving. People make plans in advance. They don't buy their ticket the day before they fly. They make plans in advance. In our family, our kids are married, so one year we get Thanksgiving and one year we get Christmas. So we're making a plan a year in advance to when we're all going to get together and be able to share fun times with our families. But now we got long lines, we got canceled flights, and growing frustration. All this chaos and uncertainty is so avoidable. 39 days is shameful. Senate Republicans have made clear we are ready to negotiate. I mentioned that. The leader, many of us here, including myself, the president himself, we're ready to debate. We're ready to get into this. We're not going to negotiate until the government is open. That is such a reasonable proposition. And they will not take yes for an answer. I thought the irony that the Democrat leader used Senator Thune's words. Senator Thune, every time he talks, he says, take yes for an answer. And he tried to turn it on it, and I'm turning it back to him. You guys take yes for an answer and see where we are. I've talked a lot about the financial costs that this shutdown has brought forth on the American people, but there is a not-so-hidden cost here, one that's harder to measure, and that's the uncertainty and the anxiety that this is bringing to families and businesses across the country. Not to even mention what the international thought must be. What is wrong with these people that they won't open the government? This has got to be what the international community is thinking every day. So, the worry about where your next paycheck will come, when you'll be able to go back to work, when things get back to normal, when I can sit in the stands at my home football game and actually not have all these burdens on my mind. These costs can't quite be measured, but they are very, very real. So I have a hard time believing that my colleagues on the other side have truly grasped this impact. I don't know who they're talking to, but we're getting phone calls, personal conversations all day long talking about the cost of this shutdown. If they did grasp it, they wouldn't have dragged this out for 39 days. I've heard the news reports that some of them are feeling emboldened because of an election on Tuesday. So really? We're going to hold that young mother who's got those 2 kids, we're going to hold her hostage of whether she can feed her family because we have a political advantage? That is just a shameful thought in my opinion. But apparently, by their own words, it's real. You know what? There's no political advantage to a shutdown. I've been through so many of them. I voted many times to reopen the government. There's no political advantage to having our government shut. So I'm also a member of the Appropriations Committee, and I have to say, after many years of stagnant, we've passed bills out of committee, including my bill to fund the Departments of Health, Education, and Labor. It is historically a very challenging bill to pass, but we passed it out of committee with bipartisan support. It's waiting here to be brought up to the floor. We passed 3 bipartisan bills through the full Senate, and hopefully we'll be able to vote on those shortly. Leader Thune has fulfilled a commitment to bring these bills to the floor with more to come. Because you know what? That's what legislating is all about. That's what legislators do. So one of the great frustrations to me in this whole process is that the members who supported these bills in committee and on the Senate floor now won't allow us to move forward on these bills. So today I urge my Democrat colleagues, stop with the gimmicks, stop with the political advantage and the political theater, stop holding the government and the American people hostage to a partisan wish list. West Virginians don't want political gains. They want their government open, they want their benefits secure, they want their leaders focused on results. Let's reopen the government, let's restore certainty and sanity, and then let's let the hard work of reforming our health care system in a way that lowers costs and empowers patients. Patients and families. We could have been doing this for 39 days, by the way, but we can't until the government reopens. That's what leadership looks like, that's what government looks like, and governing, and that's what the American people deserve. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have to tell anybody in this room that this is day 39 of a Democrat shutdown. Day 39. You know, a real common question I get is, who's winning? Are the Republicans winning? Are the Democrats winning? Mr. President, I would tell you no one wins when there's a government shutdown, and especially when it goes on this long, and it's certainly not the American people. My heart goes out with empathy to those folks that have not received a paycheck since October the 1st. Hardworking Americans, you know, I especially feel for our TSA workers, our air traffic control workers, all those people that are out there keeping us safe, our Capitol Police, all these folks that are involved in the safety, the day-to-day safety of Americans. Thank you for continuing to work without being paid. It's interesting to me to understand why the Democrats have shut the government down. And you can blame whoever you want to, but I think it's an 80-20 issue that Americans don't think it's right to shut down the government, holding everybody hostage over these Biden-Obamacare bonuses. $35 billion a year, that's what they're holding the government up over. These $35 billion a year, these enhanced Biden-Obamacare bonuses. That's 0.5% of the federal budget that we're keeping everything else under wraps for. $35 billion that's being given, by the way, to insurance companies. Another subsidy to insurance companies. Overall, Obamacare actually cost the federal government closer to $150 billion a year. That's right, we're spending about $150 billion of your tax-earned dollars supplementing other people's health care. It was interesting when they sold this to the American people, they said it would cost $40 or $50 billion, but we're already triple of that. And that's what the American taxpayers are paying. That's $400 million a day. That's right, we're giving insurance companies $400 million a day of stipends from the ACA, from Obamacare, taxpayer money, $40 million a day. If you look at this Obamacare overall, by the way, there's about $25 billion of fraud, and we're going to get into that in a second. And again, there's $35 billion of these Biden-Obamacare bonuses, and overall it's a $150 billion a year project. These dollars are funneled straight into the coffers of big insurance cartels through Obamacare subsidies. All the while they deny claims. Think about what insurance companies are doing today. Through prior authorization and other issues, they're able to deny claims, to jack up costs for everyday families, sending many into bankruptcy. All the while they're boosting their profits, driving up their stock value. Now, what do you mean, driving up stock values? You know, there's driving up stocks and there's driving up stocks. And I think when you take a look at this one chart here, and I believe that President Trump put this on Truth Social today as well. United, this is since Obamacare was enacted. United Healthcare Group is now up almost 1,200%. This is their stock price, 1,200%. Cigna's at 800%. I know you're feeling sorry for Humana at only 500%. Molina here at 859% as well. So certainly we understand that these insurance companies have profited from these direct subsidies from Obamacare going into their bank accounts. But what's important is these subsidies aren't really helping the little guy. It's corporate welfare on steroids that boost the profits of giants like United Healthcare, which pocketed over $14 billion in earnings last year alone, laughing all the way to the bank on the backs of struggling taxpayers. $14 billion in earnings. Don't feel sorry for them that they're not going to get this $35 billion a year subsidy. The big winner of Obamacare has always been and will always be large health insurance companies. They and the lobbyists who helped write Obamacare. I want to remind everyone, though, that the ACA ended up being not so affordable as well. Premiums are up over 200%, sometimes 400% since its conception. And we're expecting another spike of 25% increase in premiums. Regardless what Congress does or doesn't do with Obamacare, the premiums are going to go up 25%. And for the most part, the government stands to pay for that entire increase. The way Obamacare is set up, you pay a percentage of your income. So if the insurance rates, if the premiums go up 10%, 20%, 100%, the government is going to subsidize and take care of all that increase. And that's one reason why the insurance companies wrote Obamacare this way. There's basically no recourse. They know whatever they make the premium, that the government's going to pay it. That's why it's not working. And what else? Obamacare, like Medicaid, is not meaningful health care. With an average deductible of $5,000, that's not meaningful access to health care. Obamacare is an abstract failure. It's expensive, it doesn't work, it doesn't give you access. I think everything I've said so far is undeniable, it's unarguable, it's factual. But I want to turn now is to think about goals. Goals that Republicans, Democrats, Americans would have when it comes to health care. Republicans want every American to have meaningful, affordable access to health care. And a $5,000 deductible for people at 200 or 300% of poverty level, frankly, does not give you meaningful access to health care. I want to turn to talk about fraud just a little bit more. Get this, 35 to 40% of Obamacare recipients that are enrolled in Obamacare never file a claim. Let me say that again. There's 24 million people on Obamacare. 35, 40% of those people never file a claim. These are ghost people. They don't even know they're on Obamacare. They've been falsely enrolled in Obamacare. Now, some people would say, oh, but there's always some people that don't file a claim. It's usually more like 10%. More like 10% of people in a pool of insurance products are not filing the claim. In this case, it's 35 to 40%. And overall, I think we could say that this group of people in Obamacare is a high-risk group. Big cities like Chicago have pushed people that took early retirement, have pushed them onto Obamacare. These are typically sick people that have been pushed off other plans and they went towards Obamacare. And trust me, I want to address that. That's why we need a high-risk pool that would address those types of folks as well. But the point here is that some 10 million people on Obamacare are not using it, but the federal government is getting the entire premium paid. The insurance companies are getting the entire premium paid by the federal government. So 10 million people, a premium every month. It's like a slot machine going to big insurance companies. So what's the solution? Instead of giving money to insurance companies, let's give it to the American people. Let me say that again. Instead of giving money to the insurance companies, let's give it to hardworking Americans. What a novel idea. Let's turn patients into consumers once again by funding some type of a HSA or a flexible spending account. Call it what you want to. But instead of giving the insurance companies dollars, these premium dollars, let's give that money to hardworking Americans. I did miss one point I wanted to make when it comes to fraud, Mr. President. In addition to address those people that are not that are ghost, there's ways to fix that, real simple ones. Number one is to have some type of meaningful ID. Right now, basically, you could give an insurance peddler out there just your name and your birth date, and they can enroll you. They need to go through the same type of regimen that it would take, say, to enroll for Medicare. There's biometrics that we can use as well. But in addition to that, all we would have to do is have a monthly payment. And I understand, it doesn't have to be a lot. You're at 150% of poverty level, you don't have a lot of money. But if there's a there's a $20 payment coming out of your Apple Pay card once a month, you would see that every month. And if you didn't know you were enrolled in something, it would force you to call this company and say, hey, I didn't sign up for this. And we need the highest enforcement levels when people are frauding the federal government like this as well. So let me return now to our flexible spending accounts, our HSAs. Right now, there's about $12 billion every year we're spending on cost share reductions. CSRs, as they're called up here. So we're spending about $12 billion a year on these cost sharing reductions. In addition to that, there's another $35 billion we've been spending on these Obamacare enhanced bonuses, if you will. So our belief is we took both those fundings, the $12 and the $35 billion, and put it on an HSA card, no different than we do with food stamps or all the other federal programs, and use that money then for your out-of-pocket expenses. Couldn't use it on premiums. That would not make any sense. You would use it for your out-of-pockets, your deductibles, your co-pays. And that would allow you to purchase, just start driving insurance premiums down by picking a product that you know that you have some money in your own bank account, so to speak, to take care of those out-of-pocket expenses. So eventually, as this group of people become consumers again, and they become a better consumer out there, comparing the price of one hospital to another, or a surgery center to a hospital, or a doctor's office versus another's doctor's office, making those choices themselves, they're going to drive the cost of health care down. And I want to remind everybody, we wouldn't touch the original subsidies. So the original ACA subsidies, again, this is pre-Joe Biden, those would remain in place. So don't feel sorry. The insurance companies are still going to get $100 billion a year of these subsidies from the original ACA plan. We're just taking these new enhanced subsidies, these Biden bonus money and the CSR money, and putting those into some type of a HSA account. There's lots of other things we could do as well, Mr. President, to help drive the true cost of health care down. We've talked a lot about a price tags bill, letting patients become consumers and letting them shop, so forcing hospitals and surgery centers and imaging centers and all other health care providers to provide a price tag along with some type of quality outcomes as well. We need to end silver loading. We need to expand options. I hope that we could let people choose association healthcare plans or ministry plans as well. There's many, many things we could do to impact the cost of prescription drugs for this group of people as well. I'll start winding it down here and just say, you know, enough with the lies. The so-called affordable care, the big insurance company cartels have formed a monopoly that control premiums, with the federal government acting as their personal ATM, dishing out billions in enhanced subsidies that only inflate their executive bonuses and shareholder dividends while leaving millions without meaningful access to health care. It's time we demand an end to this rigged system where insurance behemoths rake in tens of billions of dollars in revenue, yet rely on some $150 billion in yearly government handouts under the ACA, turning public health into a private profit machine at our expense. Our carrot and stick approach uses federally funded FSAs, HSAs to encourage mindful spending and reward efficient users by converting a portion of their savings into a retirement account eventually. All of this fosters consumerism. If you think about the ACA, we're spending $6,500 a year of federal dollars per each patient, $6,500 per year per patient. We're not spending any more than that on Medicaid. And then the states are putting their money on top. We might as well move these patients into Medicaid as continuing to subsidize these insurance companies. It makes no sense to anybody up here, but yet we continue to throw good money after bad money. In this case, we're keeping the federal government closed because of this insane program. And maybe it's just pride. Maybe it's just pride of my friends across the aisle that they won't admit that the ACA, the Unaffordable Care Act, Obamacare, was a failure. It destroys competition, it destroys consumerism. Overregulation always leads to consolidation of industry. We've seen it with insurance companies, with hospitals. We're seeing it now with doctors' practices even. It's going to be hard to fix this overnight. This has been the law of the land for 15 years. But everything where we are today, the reason that rural hospitals are going broke, the reason that we have $5,000 deductibles, the reason that premiums are going up 25%, it's because of the Obamacare rules. Again, the insurance companies wrote Obamacare. Their lobbyists, big hospital systems, they're the ones that wrote Obamacare. And here we are. They've been on the gravy train now for over a decade. $150 billion a year for these 24 million people. Mr. President, I want to open the government. I want to open the government, but I can't be forced to throw good money after bad money. So many of us want to fix health care. That's why I came here. Fixing health care, it won't be easy. It's 18% of our GDP, but there are fixes out there. It'll take a bipartisan effort. It's going to take months and not weeks and not days to fix it. And all I can do is, I've outlined a plan here. If my friends across the aisle would embrace just two simple concepts of dealing with fraud, and instead of giving money to big insurance companies, that we give it to hardworking Americans. I think that's the framing two pieces of a very good health care package, a very good bipartisan healthcare package. So I'm asking you to come across the aisle, to shake our hands, say, yes, let's get to work on that. But in the meanwhile, we need to get government open. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Senator from Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are now in the longest government shutdown in American history, 39 days. And all across our country, Americans are paying the price. More than 600,000 federal workers have been furloughed. Air traffic controllers, federal law enforcement officers, Border Patrol, and TSA agents, United States attorneys, Capitol Police, and the staff here in this chamber. They show up every day to work, and they're not getting paid. Federal courts are running limited options. SNAP benefits are only partially being issued. Head Start grants, they're on hold. Small business loans are frozen. Aircraft inspections are delayed. Veterans transition assistance is disrupted. National Guard trainings are postponed. Every one of these examples represents real people, hardworking Americans, who are being harmed by this shutdown. 37% of Americans cannot cover a $400 emergency using cash, savings, or a credit card that they can pay off quickly. They need to borrow from their friends or their family. They need to take out a loan, or they need to sell something. And 12% of those folks, they couldn't even pay it all without borrowing or selling. That wouldn't even help them. Mr. President, I want to share a few voices from my constituents in Nebraska. In Okalala, a young farmer who's trying to make ends meet wrote to my office. Even though the FSA offices are kind of open, he is still unable to make advances on his annual operating loans. This is a critical time when land rent payments are due, along with bills for fuel, seed, fertilizer, and equipment. These funds, they were approved months ago. We need to reopen government so our farmers can access that vital assistance. A fire inspector at Offutt Air Force Base who puts his life on the line to keep our troops and nation safe wrote into my office after he missed a paycheck. This is a matter of fairness, respect, responsibility. Government employees are not bargaining chips. The Democrats want to use people like him as leverage. This is not okay. These are not abstract numbers. These are people's lives. A military spouse in Bellevue picked up a prescription at Offutt Air Force Base and was told that she could only receive a 30-day supply because of the government shutdown. She was told to call back in a month and hope they can fill it. A small business owner in Lincoln wrote in that their sales had dropped 47%. Their government customers cannot buy the equipment they need to destroy classified data. That creates a risk to our national security. So this business, they've been forced to reduce staff, and they said they cannot sustain any further delays. Our Main Street businesses aren't asking for special treatment. They're asking for stability. Another spouse of a federal worker who has been called in to continue essential work during this shutdown wrote in after day 24 of her husband not receiving pay for time worked. Their mortgage company and their utility provider, they don't care that the government is shut down. They expect payment. Mr. President, these voices are the heartbeat of America. Farmers, firefighters, small business owners, veterans, public servants. They are not pawns in a political standoff. They are people who serve their communities, and they deserve better than this. Every day does not get better for them. The shutdown must end. We need 5 more Democrats to say, we care more about people than we do about political leverage. We need 5 more Democrats to join the 3 who have already stood with us. That's all it takes to reopen the government. Meanwhile, Democrats continue to push this absurd proposal, a $35 billion handout to insurance companies that benefits the wealthy, includes no fraud protections, and it does nothing to lower real health care costs. These are so-called COVID businesses, or COVID bonuses. I thought COVID was over. I thought it was done. It is done. They were never meant to be permanent. The Democrats, they did this. They set it up with no Republican votes, and even they put this date on so they would expire. But now they want to extend them, doubling down on a failed system that shifts costs to taxpayers and even subsidizes wealthy families, because there is no limit set on these COVID bonuses. There's no limit set on what a family can earn. There's no limit set on the take-home pay of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you can get a bonus. Look at this chart. A lot of my colleagues are using it. It shows the huge increase in stock values for insurance companies under Obamacare. Insurance companies are the winners in this scheme that was set up by Democrats. Well, unlike my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, I don't work for the insurance companies. I work for the people of this country and the people of Nebraska. And Senate Republicans are ready and willing to discuss real solutions to make health care more affordable. But Democrats must first open the government. Mr. President, the American people deserve a government that works. They deserve leaders who put service above politics, people above partisanship, and common sense above the chaos. It is time to reopen the United States government. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Iowa.
Mr. President. As I visit with farmers traveling river to river across Iowa, I hear all too often about the crushing weight of healthcare costs on farm families. The Unaffordable Care Act's one-size-fits-none model ignored the realities of self-employment, seasonal cash flow, and the absence of large corporate employers in farm country. Spouses, who are often a family farm's bookkeeper, mechanic, veterinarian, many, many jobs all rolled into one, have been forced to take off-farm jobs solely to latch onto employer-sponsored coverage. Now, this is what has happened in my own farm family. My brother and my sister are both type 1 diabetics. Both of them have had to find jobs off of the farm for employer-sponsored health care. That means 40 to 60 hours a week away from the very enterprise they're trying to preserve for the next generation. Democrats in Congress branded Obamacare as a chance to bend the cost curve downward. It turns out the only thing it's bending downward are the bottom lines of farmers across Iowa. And the numbers don't lie. Farmers and small businesses are subsidizing a broken system that doesn't serve them. Rural America needs solutions that don't force spouses to find off-farm work or forego health insurance altogether. Premiums are climbing for individuals and small businesses alike, thanks to the Unaffordable Care Act's mountain of mandates. And now, what we are seeing in this DC bubble is that Democrats want to hand out another $35 billion next year straight to the insurance companies with zero guardrails on fraud or income. In other words, Democrats refuse to reopen the government because they want more welfare for the wealthy. It's clear Obamacare has failed to deliver on its promises. I remember President Obama saying way back in the day that Obamacare would drive down the cost of insurance for every family by $2,500 a year. If that were true, we wouldn't be in this situation today. Obamacare has failed to deliver on its promises. The answer isn't pouring more taxpayer cash into a broken system, throwing good money after bad. What we need to do is fix what's broken. President Trump is already working to bring down costs. Instead of extending failed Obamacare and preserving fraud, we can end the waste, return billions of dollars to the taxpayers, and let folks choose from quality options. This is one way we can put patients first. So a number of my colleagues have addressed the shutdown situation as well. And I'm going to veer off on another topic of those federal employees, those air traffic controllers, and for heaven's sakes, our military members that are struggling under this shutdown. Now, many of our military families already rely on SNAP to provide food for their families. We have 1,900 Iowa Army National Guardsmen that are serving across the Middle East today. They are deployed. They have left their civilian employment only to go into a deployed situation where they don't know if or when they will get their next paycheck. Their families in Iowa are struggling right now. They are out there serving for all of us. My daughter is also a soldier in the Army. And at the beginning of the government shutdown, she had the really awful position of having to sit down with her soldiers and counsel them on where they could go to find loans. to help their families during the government shutdown. Many of the employees here have had to do the exact same thing. What does it take to get through this government shutdown? It's a simple yes vote from our friends across the aisle. They have shut the government down. We have provided opportunity time and time again to open the federal government, to pay our federal government workers, to make sure our skies are safe, to make sure our military members are paid, to make sure SNAP benefits are getting to every family that struggles with food insecurity. All it takes is a yes vote. We have told the Democrats we are willing to sit down and negotiate on the ACA, the Unaffordable Care Act, and other opportunities. We will do that when we open the federal government. Democrats are not fighting to lower premiums. They are fighting to raise the profits for health insurance companies. Democrats are terrified of the truth about their temporary COVID credits. It's welfare for the wealthy and corporate welfare rolled all into one. Democrats are demanding that Republicans vote to make their handout scheme permanent. Their plan is to line the pockets of health insurers with $500 billion in taxpayer-funded subsidies. Thanks to Democrats, insurers are pocketing record profits fueled by taxpayer subsidies. Extending the Biden COVID credits would cost our taxpayers $500 billion. Democrats shut down the government to protect Obamacare's subsidies that send $40 billion to insurance companies, not to the families that need it. So let's be very clear. This argument is not about helping the American families that need better options to health care insurance. It is about sending large wads of money to health insurers. Let's come together and figure this out, folks. We are the United States Senate. We are the U.S. government. This never would have been allowed to happen when I was serving in the United States military. You come up with courses of action, you decide on the best course of action, and you follow through in that mission. We expect our service members to do this every single day. They are at the behest of the United States federal government. We need to open up the federal government, ensure they are paid. Let's take care of their families. Let's take care of the food insecure folks, not just in Iowa, but all across the nation. Let's make sure our farmers are able to make their farm payments this fall. All it takes is a simple yes from our Democratic friends. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's day 39. Day 39 of the government shutdown. Some of us are here working over the weekend. I want to thank all the staff, all the people who work here at the Capitol who are not getting paid. We genuinely appreciate your dedicated public service, putting your jobs and the country first. Thank you. I appreciate that. I know that there are a number of people across the country that are probably pretty peeved off today. There, we'll use that word. Pretty upset about how this government shutdown is affecting them. I'm sure many of them got turned away at the airports, receiving emails, finding out that their flights are canceled, their plans for work, for family are canceled. And for what? A senseless government shutdown. I know that there are a lot of people who are struggling. They don't know when it's going to end. They haven't been paid in over a month. They have questions. The members of this body, we ask each other, well, when is this going to end? None of us know. Imagine the people out there across the country who have lives that they're trying to figure out. They have no idea when this is coming to an end. I feel for them. And then people who struggle the most, people low income who don't know where their SNAP benefits stand, whether this will go on for another week or another 3 years, since it's about standing up to Donald Trump, however long that will take to, I guess, share that lesson. But 14 times I have voted, as have many of my colleagues, to keep the government open, solve this problem, move ahead. Soon, I believe we'll be having the opportunity to vote a 15th time. This one may be a little different. To extend a clean CR that would run until the end of January, along with perhaps some of the appropriations bills that have already passed this chamber on a bipartisan basis. Perhaps the 15th time we can convince 5 more of our Democrat colleagues to go along with us. But I always choose to be an optimist. I saw the minority leader on the floor earlier today. They, in their proposal, allegedly, even though we haven't seen the written, they say they have a clean CR. We have a clean CR. They don't have a clean CR but they have a clean CR with one exception: a demand, an impediment as it's become, of the extension of the Biden COVID bonuses. That is the difference between what we have offered and what they have offered. And really what it serves as, it has over the past 4 years, Democrats implemented this. They set the expiration date for 2025, but it was a COVID bonus. It was supposed to be temporary, but really what it was a bailout of a failed Obamacare system. But that's what they're holding out over. Let me tell you what that is, what that means, what's inside of it, why the American people should have concerns about it. Healthcare inflation in this country is double of what consumer inflation has been since Obamacare got enacted. In the 21st century, healthcare is the #1 driver of inflation in this country. So I hope we want to get at the cost and the cause of what's affecting the unaffordability of healthcare in this country. Healthcare has increased since Obamacare started by 6% a year, while overall inflation has been 3% or less. But I want to dig in a little bit over the impediment of the Biden COVID bonuses. First of all, the way they're structured, there is massive fraud. With 0 premiums and an incentive, because the money goes directly to the insurance companies, is to sign up people, phantom enrollees. No one knows who they are, where they are. The premiums go right to the insurance companies, not to the individual. And what has that done for insurance companies? Well, you can see here. This is what Obamacare and then the COVID bonuses have done for the insurance companies. Record profits. Record profits. During this period, while we've seen the stock performance of health insurance companies go up by 600%. The Dow Jones Industrial has gone up by 300%. Double. Insurance companies have double what the rest of the American economy has done. The other part of these subsidies that are problematic is that there are no income caps. We're not targeting these resources at people who are struggling to pay. We're giving them to everyone that wants them. So I've listened to my colleagues, the gentleman, chairman of our HELP committee, Dr. Cassidy. He's talked about this at length. I've heard others talk about that there is a bipartisan way to do this. There is a thoughtful way to make sure that these efforts are focused on consumers and not on the insurance companies. So there are valid disagreements and substantive disagreements about why the Biden COVID bonuses are bad. But that absolves nobody, no one, of the responsibility to continue to work on resolving the inflationary costs of health care to the American consumer that have come since Obamacare was implemented. I wasn't here for it. I have no pride in ownership, but I do want to fix it. I didn't create the problem, but I do care about making sure that people can afford health care. I want that to happen. I want to make sure that everybody has access to good, solid health care coverage. And we can do that, but we don't need to shut down government to keep working on it. And that's the point. We both have proposed clean CRs. Take out the stuff that we disagree on, keep working on it. Pay the American people, pay the people who work here, get the flights going, and then let's get back to work on doing what we should have been doing for the last 39 days, is having some constructive discussions about how we fix Obamacare, how we drive down the cost of health care in this country, and how we make it affordable again for the American people. We'll have that chance here over the weekend. I hope we'll take advantage of it. I hope we'll reopen the government and begin serving the American people while we continue the very important conversation of how we eliminate the fraud, of how we make health care more affordable. Mr. President, I yield.
Senator Wyden, I'm sorry, the Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to discuss several recent floor developments. Yesterday, Senate Republicans started talking about big insurance companies and women's health care. Now, I've heard a lot of talk from Republicans about how the Affordable Care Act is just a big giveaway to insurance companies. I'd ask any Republican who accuses Democrats of bailing out insurance companies to talk to a small business owner in their state who fears that if they don't have the tax credit next year, I repeat, next year, those small businesses won't be able to keep their doors open, run their business, pay their employees, and pay for health care. Now, if Republicans are serious about cracking down on price gouging by insurance companies and executives who want a big payday, I welcome them to the fight. I have been at it for years. I wrote the first tough law. It was bipartisan, that's on the books, to stop the rip-offs of older people who had 10 or 15 insurance policies that weren't worth the paper they're written on. But I can say that since a handful of Republicans joined me in 2008 to crack down on the abuses of insurance companies, Republicans willing to go after big insurance have been mighty few and very far between. So let me repeat, I'll work with any Republican that wants to go after profit-hungry crooks and get them out of the insurance business where they're jacking up costs and denying care. But it shouldn't come, and I say this to my colleagues, it shouldn't come at the cost of kicking millions out of their health care in January. Democrats want to bring down costs for families. It's that simple. So I'm not a sympathizer with the United Health Group. I'm here on behalf of Carla and Bartley of Eugene, who are looking, I say to my colleague in the chair, they're looking at a 500% increase in their premium this year. Now, Republicans say they might vote to lower Americans' health care costs, but only if we agree, in addition, to a backdoor national abortion ban. Mr. President, as always, Republicans are spinning a tale that the government is funding abortion. It isn't. Here's the reality. The Affordable Care Act already prohibits the use of taxpayer dollars for this care. 0 federal dollars pay for this care in ACA plans. What Republicans are talking about putting on the table amounts to nothing short of a backdoor national abortion ban. Instead of working with Democrats to fix the health care crisis they created, Republicans now want to hold women's health care hostage and force a radical agenda on the American people. So I have one thing to say about that, not on my watch. Under this plan, Republicans could weaponize federal funding for any organization that does anything related to women's reproductive health care. They could also weaponize the tax code by revoking nonprofit status for these organizations. Republicans have already demonstrated that they're willing to weaponize the law to deny women basic health care. Donald Trump defunded Planned Parenthood in his horrible budget bill. So the possibilities here are endless, but the results are the same. A complete and total restriction on abortion, courtesy of Republican senators. They've been laying the groundwork for decades, and now they're pulling out all the stops to do it. The budget chair is already talking about another reconciliation bill in this session, so this is a real and present danger. Donald Trump, on the other hand, said he'd leave abortion care up to the states. Well, this latest scheme makes it pretty clear. A de facto nationwide abortion plan has been his plan all along. Since Roe was overturned, women are being denied life-saving medical care. Doctors are fleeing states where they fear persecution. Democrats were told for years by Republicans that they were blowing these scenarios way out of proportion. We were told again and again we were fear-mongering. Instead, now it's all coming true. Democrats must dismiss this radical Trojan horse against women's essential health care out of hand, and the time to do it is now. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
President.
The senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Mr. President, I wanted to touch on a few topics relating to the shutdown, which is now in its 39th day and doing very serious harm for federal workers here in Washington and Vermont and all over this country. And it's a shutdown that should be ended as soon as possible. The reason for the shutdown really is not complicated. Here in the Senate, we have a 60-vote threshold in order to pass a budget that keeps the government open. You need 60 votes, and that's been the case for a very, very long time. And what has always happened, is that if the majority party, in this case the Republican Party, does not have the 60 votes, which is usually the case, they have to sit down and negotiate with the minority party, which is the Democratic caucus, which has 45 Democrats and 2 independents, one of which is me. That's what you got to do. You have to negotiate to get the 60 votes. But for the first time, I don't know, in history, the Republicans are saying, we don't want to negotiate. It is our way or the highway. You take it or leave it. And given what the enormous consequences of what is at stake, appropriately, the Democrats are saying, no, you have to sit down and negotiate. And Republicans are refusing to do that. That is the reason why we are in a shutdown. And to add insult to injury, and to tell you how strong the contempt is that the Republican leadership has for the negotiating process, over in the House now, Speaker Johnson has given his members, the House of Representatives, a 6-week paid vacation. They've not been in Washington for 6 weeks. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of federal employees don't have a paycheck. We're worried about what happens to air traffic. We're seeing flights cut back. Right now, because of Trump not willing to fund SNAP, we're worried that 16 million children in America may go hungry, and the Republicans in the House of Representatives are on a paid vacation. So that is why we are in a shutdown right now. Now, what will the negotiations, when the Republicans finally hear from the American people that it is appropriate for them to do what has always been the case, come and negotiate, what will the negotiations be about? They will be about the health care crisis that this country faces. They will be about the reality that as a result of Trump's big, beautiful bill, 15 million Americans are going to lose the health care that they have because of massive cuts in Medicaid. And, Mr. President, what studies from Yale and the University of Pennsylvania have suggested is that if you throw 15 million people off the Medicaid that they depend upon, some 50,000 of them will die unnecessarily every year. And that is rather unbelievable that in the richest country in the history of the world, we would allow 50,000 low-income and working-class Americans to die unnecessarily. People who have chronic illness, people who are struggling with cancer, with diabetes, with heart disease, with some of the terrible illnesses that are out there. They're now getting treatment. Well, when you lose your health care, you can't get treatment. And when you can't get treatment, you die. And we've got to put that on the table. That is what needs to be negotiated. I say to my Republican friends, do you really want to see 50,000 low-income and working-class Americans die unnecessarily? I don't think you do. Let's negotiate. Let's figure a way out of this thing. But it is not just that 15 million Americans will lose their health insurance. What we are looking at now for over 20 million people in the Affordable Care Act is on average, a doubling of health insurance premiums at a time when health care costs throughout the country are already outrageously high. Mr. President, I come obviously from the state of Vermont, and my neighborhood is northern New England. So I want to talk a little bit about what would happen to northern New England, to Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont if we did not address this looming crisis. In Maine, some 60,000 people in a small state would be thrown off the health care they have as a result of these massive cuts to Medicaid. In New Hampshire, 46,000 people will lose their health insurance. And in my state of Vermont, some 45,000 people will be thrown off the health care that they have. And by the way, when we talk about throwing 15 million people off of Medicaid, when we talk about doubling premiums for over 20 million, what is the reason that this is happening? Who invented this idea? Who said, you know what? Who woke up one day and said, you know, it's a great idea that in the wealthiest country in the history of the world, let's throw 15 million people off of health care, double premiums for millions more. Why did they do that? And the answer is in order to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. So, yeah, good news is if you're Elon Musk and you're worth some $500 billion, you get a tax break. Bad news is that if you're a working class person trying to get by on $30,000, $40,000 a year, you lose your health care. There is a reason why poll after poll is showing Republicans responsible for this shutdown. And there is a reason that why on Tuesday there was a wave of disgust at Republicans all over this country, from Maine to California, when people said no to Trumpism and no to health care proposals that would throw so many people off of the health care they have. I would hope that my Republican colleagues learn something from that. Now, what the Democrats are talking about, it's not what I want. I would go a lot further. But what they're saying is something very simple. Let us at least not raise premiums, and then we can have a discussion about where we want to go forward. The sitting president here has an idea. I have a different idea. President of the United States has another idea. Put them on the table. Let's see how the American people feel. Run a campaign on it. There'll be an election in 2026. See how the American people feel. Now, getting back to northern New England, I want to talk about what these increased premiums would mean. I want to put them into a real human reality. If the ACA subsidies are not extended, a 40-year-old individual in Portland, Maine, making $35,000 a year, not a lot of money, will see his or her health insurance premiums go up from $1,167 a year to $2,556 a year, a 119% increase for somebody making $35,000 a year. And this is one, because it's true in Vermont and it's true all over the country. And I want people to hear this. Again, I'm talking about Maine. I'm going to be talking about Vermont. It is true in every state in America. A 60-year-old couple, that is a couple not yet eligible for Medicare, making $85,000 a year in Fort Kent, Maine, will see their premiums go up from $7,200 a year to $38,490 a year, a 435% increase. So, Mr. President, we are talking about a 60-year-old couple making $85,000 a year will now be paying $38,000 in premiums, not to mention out-of-pocket cost. That is almost 50% of their incomes for health care. Mr. President, in New Hampshire, a family of four making $80,000 a year will see their premiums increase by $297 a month, $3,600 a year more on an income of $80,000. Think about it. A 62-year-old couple in New Hampshire making $90,000 a year will see their premiums go up by $14,000 a year. Making $90,000, couple making $90,000, you're going to see your health care premiums go up by $14,000. How do you survive with that kind of increase? In Vermont, my state, if the ACA subsidies are not extended, in Bennington, a couple in their 60s earning $85,000 a year now pays about $830 a month in premiums for their Blue Cross Blue Shield health care. Next year, without these subsidies, they would pay $3,000 a month. Add the deductible and other costs, and they'll spend nearly half of their income, more than $40,000 a year, on health care. Couple in their 60s in Bennington, Vermont, and it is true all over this country, will be spending almost 50% of their incomes on health care. That is insane. Now, it's interesting, Mr. President, that my Republican friends now are beginning to talk about health care. For a while, they didn't have a word to say. They're coming down here, and that's a good thing. So I think that's the kind of discussion that we should have. But one thing we should know is what we are talking about here is deadly serious. And I know that some of my colleagues, have talked about bringing forward a proposal that would ask the majority leader here in the Senate to bring forth a Democratic proposal to deal with this crisis. And it would be a strong proposal. But unfortunately, that would be a very wasteful and fraudulent gesture. It would mean nothing. Because no matter what happened with that proposal here, and I don't know that it would pass, I suspect some Republicans might vote for it, it wouldn't matter one bit, because unless you have the commitment of the Speaker of the House that he will support it and that the President of the United States will sign it. And we certainly do not have that commitment now. So all it would be is a kind of wasteful gesture. People could feel good. They'd vote for a bill with the full understanding that bill would go nowhere and premiums throughout this country would double. So where do we go from here? Well, short term, we cannot allow millions and millions of people to see an outrageous increase in their premiums when they simply cannot afford it. That would be a disaster. We cannot throw 15 million people off the health insurance they have. But some of my Republican colleagues I hear have come to the floor and they're saying, you know what? These insurance companies are making huge profits. No kidding. Gee, that is something that some of us have been talking about for decades. And so are the drug companies. In fact, the function of the current healthcare system is to do precisely that. What is the function of the American healthcare system? It's to make huge profits for the insurance companies and the drug companies, to pay their CEOs outrageous, really crazy salaries, tens of millions of dollars a year. That's the function of the American healthcare system today. You know, Mr. President, in my own state of Vermont and throughout this country, including Louisiana, I have talked to a whole lot of people. And almost always in my remarks, I ask a very simple question. I say, tell me, how many of you believe that the American system is working well, American healthcare system? How many of you think it is broken? And whether it's Louisiana, Vermont, or any place else, overwhelmingly people understand the American healthcare system is broken. It is outrageously expensive. It is cruel. It is dysfunctional. Not a secret. I'm glad that some of my Republican colleagues are beginning to catch on. Mr. President, as I think you know well, we spend almost twice as much per capita on health care as any other country on earth. Unbelievably, this really is, according to the most recent data, here in the United States, we are spending $14,500 per person on health care. $14,000, over $14,000 for every man, woman, and child. And let me tell you how that compares to other countries. Somehow, in Japan, they're able to provide health care to all for $5,600. In the UK, $6,000. In Australia, $6,900. In Canada, $7,000. And $7,100 in France. In other words, major country and major country around the world manages to guarantee health care to all of their people as a human right, and they're spending less than half per capita than we are spending. And I can tell you, having been all over the country, that the American people are disgusted with that reality. They understand and they believe that health care is a human right, not a privilege, that every man, woman, and child in this country is entitled to health care, no matter how old you are, no matter how young you are, no matter how rich you are, no matter how poor you are. While private insurance companies and big drug companies continue to make outrageous profits, over 85 million Americans are either uninsured or underinsured today before the disastrous attack on health care that Trump is proposing. The result, some 68,000 Americans die each year because they cannot afford to go to a doctor, and more than 500,000 Americans go bankrupt due to medically related debt. How absurd, how horrific is that? In America, under this current absurd healthcare system, 42% of cancer patients deplete their entire life savings within the first 2 years of their diagnosis, while 1 out of every 4 of them declared bankruptcy or lost their homes to foreclosure or eviction in 2022. Think about it. It is bad enough to get cancer. It is beyond horrific to understand that your family is going to be financially ruined as a result. Under the absurd American healthcare system, our life expectancy, how long we live, is shorter than every other major country, despite the fact that we spend twice as much per capita. We live 4 years shorter lives on average than people in other wealthy countries, while the typical working class person in America lives 7 years, a 7-year shorter life than the wealthy. We also have the dubious distinction of having by far the highest infant mortality rate of any other wealthy country on earth. And as bad as our overall health care system is, our primary care system is even worse. Today, tens of millions of people live in communities where they cannot find a doctor, a dentist, or a psychologist, even when they have decent insurance, and others have to wait months in order to be seen. So unbelievably, again, we're spending twice what other countries are spending. We don't even have enough doctors. We don't have enough dentists. We don't have enough nurses, mental health practitioners, pharmacists, or home health care workers. And 1 out of 4 Americans cannot afford to purchase the medicine their doctors need. So it is no wonder that the American people understand that the current system is broken. So where do we go from here? It's one thing to talk about a system that is broken. It's another thing to have a solution. And I have a solution. Not a radical idea. In fact, in many ways, it just emulates what goes on in every other major country on earth. It is to say that health care is a human right, that we need universal health care, and that we must pass a Medicare for all single-payer program. So what is that legislation? What would it look like? What that legislation would do is provide comprehensive health care coverage to all with zero out-of-pocket expenses. And unlike the current system, it would provide full freedom of choice regarding health care providers. No more insurance premiums, no more deductibles, no more co-payments, no more filling out endless forms and fighting with insurance companies to get the coverage that you paid for. No more networks to be treated by a doctor who is not in your network, who can charge you some astronomical cost. And it would also mean, when we talk about comprehensive, the coverage of dental care. Last I heard, dental care is health care, vision, hearing aids, prescription drugs, and home health care. And importantly, when we have a Medicare for All program, it gives Americans the freedom to switch jobs without losing their health insurance. Right now, you got millions of people who are staying at a job that they don't like because it provides decent health care to their families. That is kind of crazy unto itself. And under our legislation, health care becomes a human right guaranteed to all and not a job benefit. If there's a recession and people lose their jobs, they lose their health care because their health care is tied to their jobs. We saw that during the terrible COVID pandemic. And everybody gets access to the same quality health care. Yes, workers at McDonald's, here's a radical idea, workers at McDonald's deserve the same quality health care as executives on Wall Street. Well, would a Medicare for all health care system be expensive? Yes, it would. But while providing comprehensive health care for all, no more out-of-pocket expenses, no more premiums, no more deductibles, it would be significantly less expensive than our current dysfunctional system. Now, why? Why would that be the case? Well, because it would eliminate an enormous amount of the bureaucracy, profiteering, administrative costs, and misplaced priorities inherent in our current for-profit system. Now, the function of the current system is to make profits for the insurance companies and the drug companies. That's what this system is about. And built into that system is all kinds of disincentives for quality and inexpensive care. In fact, the Congressional Budget Office has estimated that Medicare for all would save the American people $650 billion each and every year. On the Medicare for all, there would no longer be armies of insurance employees billing us. Go to any hospital in Alabama or Vermont or any place else. Go down in the basement. You know what you're going to find? Not doctors, not nurses, not people who provide health care. You're going to have people billing you, people hounding you for your late payments. Those people are not contributing to making us healthy. They are part of an administrative system that is costing us huge amounts of money. When you have a simple system, health care for all, publicly funded, it not only substantially reduces administrative costs, it would make life a lot easier for patients, doctors, and nurses who would never again have to fight their way through the nightmare of insurance company bureaucracy. So, right now I am glad that my Republican colleagues are finally being forced to actually talk about health care. I am not impressed by some of the ideas that they have brought forth, but at least it's a discussion. So let me propose what I think is the way out of this shutdown. It ain't complicated. Overwhelmingly, people who consider themselves Democrats, consider themselves Republicans, consider themselves independents, do not want to see these ACA subsidies ended. Not complicated. They don't want to see a doubling in their insurance rates. And by the way, if you end these subsidies, it impacts Republican states more than Democratic states. So people don't want to see it. Is the Affordable Care Act the long-term solution to health care in America? No, it is not. So why don't we do something simple? Why don't we just extend these ACA premiums so we don't double premiums for millions of people? And then why don't we have a discussion about where we go forward on health care? All right? I think that is a common sense solution. So, Madam President, I think I've solved the problem here in the 39th day of the shutdown. Let us have at least a one-year extension. Let's have a debate on health care. Let's involve the American people in health care. Let's put our federal employees back to work with a paycheck. Thank you all. I yield the floor.
The senator from Louisiana.
Madam President, I've given this speech 2 times in the last probably 16 hours, but it's going to be like a TV commercial where I want to say it over and over again, hoping that someone actually hears it, because the soul of education is repetition. And I want to have a very different tone than some of the speeches that have been heard. I want this to be nonpartisan. I want this to be, if you will, a plea for moving beyond our kind of camps we've been in into something that can end the shutdown and actually benefit patients. So, if we need to open the government, we need to talk about health care, then by golly, let's talk about health care. We have an affordability crisis. Families are being pounded by the cost of everything, including insurance. So how can we make it more affordable? By the way, I'm a doctor. I practiced in a public hospital for the uninsured for 20 years. Many of my patients were middle income, but they could not afford either the insurance or the health care they were receiving. I know the impact this has on a family budget. But if we're going to solve this, we have to put down the ways that we've kind of become entrenched, just like trench warfare. We're going to win. We're going to make them do the white flag. We're going to continue to take our same tired arguments and fight each other until we wear the one down. Well, the people who are casualties, the collateral damage, if you will, are the American people. We need to have creative thinking, but one in which people are willing to move beyond the way they've ordinarily thought. So, the Affordable Care Act attempted to make health care affordable by throwing more money at insurance companies. The enhanced premium tax credit is the latest example. Next year, it'll send, if it's restarted, it'll send $26 billion to insurers to not lower the cost of health care, but to paper over the premium increases that are part of the increased cost of health care. That doesn't make health care cheaper. In fact, if you don't have one of these policies, it could contribute to inflation. And if you're not getting the subsidy and you're buying individual insurance, your policies are definitely higher. This is actually working against the financial interests of many American families. Oh, yes, if you're getting it, it papers over the increase. I would argue, though, there's a better way to do it. Instead of paying insurance companies to manage our money, why don't we trust the American family with a pre-funded federal flexible spending account? Now, first, let me make clear. This is Bill Cassidy speaking. I'm not advocating for the president, although I will note that he now supports this, nor for John Thune. I am the chairman of the Help Committee, and we will be having a hearing soon on these issues. I will make that announcement right now. But I'm not speaking for anyone but myself in a nonpartisan way, trying to convey to colleagues on the other side of the aisle, there's another way to get to a solution that gets out of this shutdown and actually lowers costs as opposed to just papers them over. Now, here's the problem. Under the enhanced premium tax credit, not yet. Under the enhanced premium tax credit, it doesn't matter how much health care costs. Because if it costs more, the insurance company just increases the premium and passes that increased premium bill to the federal taxpayer. It actually is almost inflationary. There is no incentive for the provider to keep the cost lower because the cost is just passed on to the subsidy, which is increased to meet the higher cost. Like putting a Band-Aid on a broken bone. You're not fixing the fracture, you're just covering it up so no one can see that fracture. So we're not dealing with health care costs, we're just covering it with higher subsidies. Let's actually fix the fracture. Let's fix the broken bone. And of course, the way to do that is to support the patient, not the insurance company. Now, by the way, insurance companies are important. I'm not going to join the bashing, but I do think it's better if we give the money to the family as opposed to the insurance company. Now, I will say, though, many of my colleagues want the status quo. They're so entrenched in their side that they refuse to discuss alternative ideas that will actually lower cost. And we get all the same old Obamacare debates. People in America right now don't care about those debates. What they want is to make their families' health care more affordable. So the way to do it, let's be creative, let's think differently. Now, please. Imagine a different kind of help. There's a misprint on here, but I'll get to it. Under the enhanced premium tax credit, the money goes to the insurance company. 20% of that money goes for administrative overhead and profit for the insurance company. That should read 80%. 80% goes to health care. What if we do something different? Let's just imagine that we have the creativity and the guts to do something that isn't really different, but is different for this program. Let's establish a pre-funded flexible spending account, taking the money that would go to the insurance company and giving it instead to the family in a pre-funded flexible spending account. 100% of the health care dollar would go towards their care. And we would trust the mother, the wife, occasionally a guy, but women make most of these decisions, to pick her doctor, her dentist, to the best value for her prescription drugs and services. So 100% going to real health care as opposed to only 80% going to real health care. Now you might say this is a radical idea. No, we already do this. I would not be surprised if some of the people up here, my family does, already have a flexible spending account. Now, the flexible spending account takes money that I could have put towards a premium, but instead puts it into this account, and I pay for my services. I already do this, pays for my services. The difference between what I do and what this does is that this would be pre-funded with money that would otherwise be spent on the enhanced premium tax credit. Now, I'm pleased to say that this morning the President posted on True Social calling on Congress to redirect subsidies from insurance companies directly to Americans so that they can purchase their own health care. Now, there's a lot of words there, but just start at the top. Donald J. Trump recommending Senate Republicans, two Senate Republicans, that hundreds of billions of dollars being sent to insurance companies go directly to the people. Why is that important beyond the President's support? A lot of my Democratic colleagues have been saying they don't know that Mike Johnson would bring this up for a vote in the House of Representatives. They want a guarantee that if we pass something on the floor, that Mike Johnson will put it on the floor in the House. I'm from Louisiana. I have a great deal of respect and regard for Mike Johnson. We're good friends. But I do know that if the President controls this concept, supports this concept, that Mike is more likely to put it up on the floor of the House. If what you want is a guarantee to get a vote on the floor of the House, the President's support for this concept makes it more likely that that happens. I thank the President for his support. By the way, I'll also say, after the President spoke to this, after I spoke to this last night, we got immediate criticisms from people saying, oh, you want to give everything that we're giving to the insurance companies to the American people. Not a bad idea, but let's just say, this is not the total premium going to the insurance company. The insurance company still provides the basis for things like car wreck or if you get kidney failure or heart failure. This is that portion that would go to an enhanced premium tax credit and instead would go to the family to make their choices as opposed to the insurance company to make their choice for them. Now, if this still seems too complicated, I'm going to tell you why you can trust in it. 72% of Americans who work for a federal entity or a state government or a local government have this as one of their choices of a health care plan. 47% of people who work for and have an employer, have a commercial employer. 47% of those folks have access to a flexible spending plan. Now, if it was so complicated, why do 72% of government employees and 47% of people in the private sector have access to this plan? It works. We know how to do it. There's established mechanisms. In fact, I have my plan through what is called the Small Business Exchange, an Obamacare exchange through the federal government. I get my FSA through the Small Business Exchange. It is just a little bit to port it over from the Small Business Exchange to the individual exchange to allow an individual to get the same thing. This is so incredibly workable. This is so not complicated that I just kind of scratch my head when people say that it is too complicated. Now, it may take the federal government some time it may take them some effort to make sure it can go from one exchange to the other, but we have a president that can make things happen. Just his track record. Operation Warp Speed, some people said it would take 10 years to develop a vaccine for COVID, others at least 18 months. President Trump got it done in 10 to 11 months. President Trump can make the bureaucracy work. If he did it for Operation Warp Speed, he can do for this. We can have this ready for the beginning of next year. And that would be President Trump's effort. There is not a stronger force to get the bureaucracy to do what it should do than President Trump. Now, let's talk about some key differences between enhanced premium tax credits and what I'm calling federally pre-funded flexible savings accounts. Who gets the money? Enhanced premium tax credit, insurance companies get the money. But in the pre-funded flexible spending account, the patient, the family gets the money. What can it be used for? Under the enhanced premium tax credit, insurance premiums. Under the pre-funded flexible spending account, real care. It can be your doctor your physician, your dentist, your glasses, your prescriptions. By the way, oftentimes these policies don't cover dental work. They don't cover orthodontia. Under this, you can use your flexible spending account to get your teeth cleaned. You can get it. You can use it to have your child's orthodontia work done. Who makes the decision? Here, you go through a pre-authorization process with the insurance company. There, the patient makes a decision for herself and for her family. Does it lower cost? No, there's evidence that the way this works actually drives up premium cost. Here, under the pre-funded flexible spending account, it empowers a patient to shop, driving competition, driving down cost. By the way, if the patient finds that it's cheaper to pay cash with their flexible spending account than to pay the deductible, and that sometimes happens, then she could pay less by paying cash. The point is, if you give the patient the power, good things happen. This pre-funded flexible spending account does not treat the individual as a ward of the state. It treats them like a capable consumer who can decide where to go in a way which is best for they and their family. Now, some ask, won't this cost money? Yeah, about the same as the enhanced premium tax credits for the first year. My Democratic colleagues should like that. An individual, though, would be getting a better value. Instead of, could I have that previous poster up, please? Please. Again, mind the typo, but instead of only 80% of the money going for health care, under the pre-funded flexible spending account, 100% of the money that we're putting up is going to pay for real health care, your dentist, your physician, your prescription drugs, et cetera, 100%, and over here only 80%. And she makes the choice. The choice is not made for her. Now, as I conclude, let me point out a real irony. And I've not wanted this to be partisan at all. I am asking for Democrats and Republicans to come together and find a solution to reopen the government, to pay the people who have been working, and to make sure that those people traveling over Thanksgiving actually have an airport that's open that they can go to. So let's just move beyond our trench line, and let's actually think creatively, and can we give just a little bit to find something which benefits the patient, but may also get us out of this situation? I think the American people are as mad as hell, and they're not going to they're just not going to put up with it anymore. We got to be responsive to that. It's the right thing to do. But let me conclude by pointing out the irony. These enhanced premium tax credits, they're a direct result of a workaround to a portion of Obamacare that was not fully implemented. So Democrats are fighting to keep something which is a workaround for something that Republicans formally objected to. And frankly, Republicans are kind of supporting something that is in line with what Obamacare tried to do. The roles have been flipped. But because one side proposes it, the other side reflexively objects. Let's just stop that. Why don't we just say right now we're actually going to listen as opposed to automatically object because the other side puts it up. So the choice is before us. We can keep on paying insurance companies to hide the cost of the health care, buying confusing bills and rising premiums in a system which actually raises the cost of premiums for some, or we can trust Americans with the tools to pay for their care directly at fair prices with total transparency. If we can, it puts patients first, not insurers. It encourages competition, smart choices, and it begins to make health care truly affordable, not by inflating subsidies, but by unleashing the power of an informed consumer. Now, I'll finish by saying we got to open the government. I mean, we can't even write this legislation unless we have the government open. But you've got this chairman's commitment that we are going to have a hearing in the Help Committee in November on how do we address the issue that is before us right now. And then I will finish by saying, as a physician who used to work in a hospital for the working uninsured, who saw middle-income families that could not afford their insurance and could not afford their health care, I am personally deeply invested in not just reopening the government, but making health care affordable again. And I just ask that my Democratic colleagues not oppose this idea just because it's a Republican proposing it. And I will say that as a Republican, I will do my best to listen to them. With that, I yield.
Senator from Wisconsin.
As my colleague from Louisiana wishes we were all here voting on the deal that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle had taken yes for an answer to open up the government. I wish that's what I was on the floor here today to do. That not being accomplished, what I was hoping to be able to do is once again offer a unanimous consent request to pay the people that are working. Came down to the floor 2 weeks ago with the Shutdown Fairness Act to pay the people that we're forcing to work. Pretty common sense. Did not include furloughed workers. The other side objected. I agreed to add furloughed workers. Worked with them over the last couple of weeks. Came on the floor yesterday, offered that unanimous consent request, and there were more objections. So we offered a vote. So let's proceed to that bill. Let's work out literally clarification differences. There's really nothing substantive. We're going to pay all the workers being forced to work. We're going to pay all the furloughed workers. We added contractors. I mean, we've done just about everything we could so that we were no longer punishing the people working for our dysfunction. We're no longer going to use these individuals as pawns, and the American people as pawns in this horrific partisan gamesmanship. Unfortunately, the other side wouldn't agree to get on the bill, which, by the way, that's how you pass legislation around here. You get on a bill, it may not be perfect, there may be some objections to the other side, you open it up for amendments, you work on those differences, and then you know, again, if the other side doesn't particularly like the bill, they can vote no at the tail end. They can block it then. But instead, they blocked it on the front end. So we immediately went into discussions. Literally about an hour ago, I thought I had a deal where at least the primary objector of the Shutdown Fairness Act was not going to object. We've hit some snags. So unfortunately, I don't think in today's session we'll be able to offer that for unanimous consent request, but I do want to tell my colleagues we are still working hard. I can do everything I can to accommodate, to clarify the bills, to let the folks on the other side know, no, we're not creating a slush fund. We're not giving the president discretion to use this money wherever he wants. We're not excluding certain workers. We're not giving the president the ability to include or exclude. We're including all the workers. So again, I will continue to, and my staff is working overtime. God bless them, doing everything they can to be able to offer this. If we don't have a deal tomorrow, at least, I'm literally hoping and praying that folks on the other side of the aisle will, at a minimum, stop using federal workers, the American public, as pawns in this partisan gamesmanship. But doesn't look like we're going to be doing that tonight. But as long as we got some time on the floor, I guess what I'd like to do is I'd like to discuss a hearing we held earlier in the week in my permanent subcommittee on investigations. It was titled Assessing the Damage Done by Obamacare. I hate to report the folks on the other side refused to acknowledge the very obvious damage being done across the board by Obamacare. I had 3 witnesses, and we kind of did this in 3 different categories. The first category was talking about the damage done by the consolidation of industries across the board in healthcare. If you want lower prices, I come from the private sector. What the free market guarantees is basically 3 things: the lowest possible price and cost, the highest quality, the highest level of customer service. Now, it's not perfect, but there's no economic system that works better than that. The problem we have in healthcare is we've largely driven free market principles out of healthcare. We have a third-party payer system. Decades ago, patients paid 80%, 80 cents on the dollar for the healthcare they received. Today they pay about a dime. Somebody else is always picking up the tab for the specific procedure. Now, we pay dearly in taxes, in insurance premiums, but it's disconnected from the actual point of sale, from the actual cost of procedure. So there's no transparency. Doctors don't know what things cost. The provider, it's some accountant, you know, and I love accountants, I'm one of them, but it's some accountant in the provider's back office dealing with some accountant in the insurance and some accountant in CMS or, you know, whichever third-party payer. So we had a complete breakdown of price transparency because we don't have free market principles, we don't have consumerism, true consumerism in healthcare. But this is a chart that the senator from South Carolina put up yesterday. I think others have used it as well, that really makes the point in terms of the consolidation of the industry, which is, of course, when you have concentrated power, you have less competitive benefits. This is just the level, the percent increase in the stock price of, I think, 7 of the top insurance carriers. United Health Group, 1,177% increase in stock price since the implementation of Obamacare. Cigna, 822%. Anthem, only 414%. Humana, 490. Molina, 859. Centene, 604. Aetna, 595% increase. This is a concentration of power, a reduction in competition, and this proves the increase in prices, the dollars, the trillions of dollars flowing into insurance companies, taxpayer dollars flowing to insurance companies because of the faulty design of Obamacare. That forced, that aided and abetted this consolidation, this lack of competition in the healthcare market. The second area of damage literally was to Medicaid. I mean, Obamacare is basically provided insurance through 2 mechanisms, Medicaid and the individual exchanges. Medicaid, of course, we talked about this in our One Big Beautiful Bill, the whole reconciliation package. The harm caused to Medicaid is profound. By allowing states to sign up able-bodied, single, working-age adults into Medicaid, that wasn't the main abuse. The main abuse is we reimbursed those states for every dollar they spent for a single able-bodied adult, they get $9 as a federal reimbursement. That compares to for every dollar spent on a disabled child, the states get $1.33. So that has led to rampant abuse. I would call it legalized fraud. Provider taxes, provider fees. That's not health care. But the American taxpayer is picking up the tab at a ratio of 9-to-1 for those state-directed payments and, again, provider fees, provider taxes. It's also crowded out services for the disabled. There was an excellent article in the Wall Street Journal written by the father of a 17-year-old severely autistic child. And God bless this family. They're taking care of this child at home. But they could use help. And so what they were hoping for is to be able to have access to home health care. They're on a 10-year waiting list because those providers would much rather service an able-bodied Medicaid Advantage adult as opposed to that disabled child. So again, we've crowded out those disabled children from Medicaid providers, and of course we've cost American taxpayers hundreds of billions of dollars. Provider fees, provider taxes, which unfortunately we weren't able to fix. The third area of damage done by Obamacare is in the individual markets. Now, I bought health care for 30 years. Every year we negotiate with the insurance carriers. I remember early on when we didn't have 100 employees even, and so I'm very familiar with the small employer group markets. Probably about 3 or 4 years into my buying health care, we had, because of competition, we had an insurance carrier come in and say, you don't even need to have deductibles or out-of-pocket maximums. We're going to match your insurance rate, 0 deductibles. Thought, great. I mean, what a great year for our employees. They didn't pay a dime for anything. And the insurance rate was what we had the previous year. Well, of course, the next year, they jacked up our rates 40%, so I had to go back in the market. But that's just an anecdotal story of how competition actually worked. Now, again, I don't have the exact figures, but I do not recall, in the 30 years of buying health insurance, ending in about 2010, I don't ever recall a deductible, a per-person deductible. And generally, the way a family plan would work is you have, a number of deductibles, 2 or 3 per family. I don't recall one ever higher than $2,500, with an out-of-pocket maximum with the copays, the 20-80% copay. So a family would maybe have one person with illness. They'd go through their $2,500 deductible, and then if their charges above that, 80-20 split, up to a maximum out-of-pocket of $5,000 per year. That's it. That's the most. Again, that started out back in the early 80s, started out maybe $100 deductible with a maximum out-of-pocket of $1,000. But again, that all, because of inflation, by the time I left, it was about $5,000 maximum out-of-pocket. What has happened because of Obamacare, the faulty design of it, forcing the small percentage of people on the individual exchanges to pick up the full cost of pre-existing conditions. Back when I was buying insurance, we had something called high-risk pools. They weren't perfect. Some modifications, we could have completely covered people with pre-existing conditions, but the way they worked is every insurer that sold products in the state had to basically take on people high risk. So as I'm buying insurance, let's say I had somebody who was diagnosed with cancer. The insurance carrier would come in, and they would do something they call laser out that individual. Not a problem, because that person right away would go into the high-risk pool, and there are so many different options in terms of deductibles, that type of thing. We could buy a plan for that individual from the high-risk pool, pretty much the exact same rates as we were getting, the exact same deductibles. If that person had a remission of cancer, no longer lasered out, he came back into our plan. It worked beautifully. It was funded by everybody. Everybody that had, employer-sponsored care, anybody that had insurance policy, a very small percentage was assessed to pay for that high-risk pool. Now, every state was different. Some states were adequately funded, some that weren't. I think Maine had an excellent high-risk pool. But Obamacare dismantled all of that and put the cost of those people with pre-existing conditions that are high risk on the backs of a single-digit percentage of the American population, causing insurance rates to skyrocket. When you hear our Democrat colleagues come to the floor and say, premiums are going to double and triple, well, first of all, that's not true. Gross premiums are going up an alarming 26% nationally, but they're not doubling and tripling. Not on employer-sponsored care, not for most people on the exchanges. What's happening is the net premium after subsidies for people over 400% of the poverty line that no longer get a subsidy, those people could be experiencing double or tripling rates. And quite honestly, from my standpoint, those are people I have a great deal of sympathy for, that I would like to do something for. But we're not going to enter a negotiation until Democrats open up the government, okay? But again, I've said this repeatedly, I am happy to work with Democrats who will work in good faith, who will acknowledge the problem and repair the damage done by Obamacare and transition to a system that actually works. I think all Republicans are eager to do that. I know President Trump just had a tweet today. What we should be doing is we should be giving the these hundreds of billions we spend on this, give that to the American public and let them buy insurance policies that fit their needs, not the highly restrictive ones in Obamacare that have caused premiums to skyrocket. So what this chart shows, the red line here is the increase in the CPI. In other words, total inflation since the inception of Obamacare was 39%. All these blue bars, I know it's hard to read, this is every state, the percent increase in their premiums, I mean, for a 40-year-old enrolled in the silver benchmark. Again, averages are very difficult here because you have every state different, all these different plans, but we've picked one. This is pretty typical. So the average percent increase by state over all the states is 169% increase versus 39% increase in inflation. That's 4.3 times the rate of inflation. This is what has been happening to the 20-some million people on the individual exchanges. It's because the faulty design of Obamacare. It's got to be fixed. We can fix it. We know how to do it. You reinstitute high-risk pools. You give consumers a choice of all kinds of different options, short-term plans, catastrophic care. By the way, Obamacare insurance is what catastrophic plans looked like in the past, only orders of magnitude more expensive. So again, this is the gory snapshot of what Obamacare has done to individual premiums. Now, I've got another chart that shows you what's happened in the marketplace for employer-sponsored plans. You don't see anything up here at the over 300% level. You see really quite consistency because Obamacare didn't impact employer-sponsored care anywhere near to the extent that it did. Now, it's still way too high. On average, employer plans increased 74% since the inception of Obamacare. A lot of this is driven because of what Obamacare has done in terms of consolidation of every part of the healthcare industry. So there's no reason for these insurance rates to be almost double the rate of inflation. But it's a huge difference. It's a huge difference because there's greater freedom in the employer-sponsored insurance plans than there is in the very prescriptive Obamacare. This last chart, I'm glad I had it because in the hearing, my ranking member, the senator from Connecticut, made the statement that I don't know anybody who's been harmed by Obamacare. Huh? What? I mean, I already mentioned the consolidation of the industry. I mentioned the disabled child is being crowded out by an able-bodied, working-age, childless adult. I already talked about the dramatic increase in premiums for everybody. But the Democrats' own witness, a mom from Wisconsin, was a victim of Obamacare. This isn't exactly what her premiums are because she, quite honestly, didn't have all the information. But she had a few key pieces of information that we could go to look at Obamacare exchanges, come up with the premiums. But this is showing you what's actually happening, okay? This individual, a mom, 2 kids, great person, is a victim of Obamacare. In 2016, her employer dropped coverage because Obamacare gives small employers a great out of not having to put up with the rising health care costs by just saying we're not going to buy group insurance anymore. But trust me, I never liked having to buy group insurance for my employees, but you had to do it. To be competitive, you had to provide insurance. Again, I'd never want to see any of my employees go uninsured, but now you've got an option. And so a large number of particularly small employers are dropping coverage and forcing their employees into exchange. So in 2016, she got forced into the exchanges. Now, she initially bought a silver plan. It cost her $1,000 a month. Again, to me, somebody who'd bought insurance 15 years ago, unbelievably high insurance rate. $1,000 a month, unheard of back when I was buying insurance. So anyway, that was too expensive for her. So a couple years later, she actually transferred to a bronze plan that she could afford. It cost her $250 a month. But it had a $14,000 deductible. Again, I said earlier, when I was buying it, out-of-pocket maximum for families was really $5,000. A $14,000 deductible, that was a catastrophic care plan. They were dirt cheap. So anyway, so they signed up for that plan. Unfortunately, they had some big health care bills. And her husband had to take out a $18,000 home line of credit. 18,000 bucks. This is the Democrat witness, a true victim of Obamacare. Now, of course, she's coming in, very sympathetically, asking us to extend the temporary enhanced subsidies. But this is what people need to understand. They obviously are under 400% of the poverty line because she's still getting subsidies. So look at the annual figures here. In 2025, with the subsidy, her gross premium, again, when the Democrats say, they're doubling premiums, they're talking about the net premium. But the gross premium was $15,000. She got a subsidy of almost $10,000. So she's paying $5,500 a year. Now, remember, in 2019, she had a silver plan. She was paying $12,000 a year. So now, with the enhanced subsidy, the temporary COVID one, again, remember, Democrats are the ones that chose it to expire. She's paying about $5,500. Fast forward, if she loses that enhanced subsidy, she still gets more. She gets a higher subsidy. She's still going to get $10,000, but because her gross premium, because of the faulty design of Obamacare, is going from $15,000 to $19,000, yeah, she's going to experience almost a $3,000 increase in her premium. Not because the enhanced subsidy went away. She's getting an increased dollar amount of subsidy. It's the dramatic increase in premiums that's driving this. And I'll close on this point because I see the senator from Florida, who, by the way, knows more about health care probably, maybe than anybody in America, certainly in this chamber, and he's got some great ideas on how to fix and repair the damage done by Obamacare and transition to a system that will actually work based on a competitive model. But the other point I want to make, because of their rhetoric, because of their demagoguery, Democrats are pretty well, I think, scared. Of course, that's their tactic, right? Let's scaremonger. Scared Americans into believing that everybody's premiums are going to double and triple. First of all, we're talking about the Obamacare exchanges, which they say they've got about 24 million people, but because of the no premium policies with these enhanced subsidies, there's probably about 6 million people with phantom plans. They don't even know they have coverage. Unscrupulous agents have signed them up. They get the commission. The premium goes right to the insurance company. They're none the wiser, and they make no claims. So we've gone from, I think, 4 million no-claim policies on the exchanges to 12 million. So obviously, there are a lot of phantom policies there. But the point I wanted to make is, out of the whatever the number is, it's really not 24 million. It's probably under 20 million, but I'll use that as a figure. Of the supposedly 24 million people on the Obamacare exchanges, almost 22 million are going to continue to get their subsidy. They're under 400% of the poverty line. You got about 1.6 that we know are over 400%. Their subsidy is going away. So if they were at 15 and going up to 19, instead of paying, they're going to have to pay $19,000. Those people I have a great deal of sympathy for. They were kind of duped into thinking that they could retire early. And now they're getting the rug pulled out from under them because the Democrats chose this plan, and now it's expiring. So I've got some ideas. I've actually shared them with our finance chair. I've shared them with Senator Scott. I'm not going to talk about them now because we need to open up the government first. But personally, I'm sympathetic with this. But we don't need to spend $20, $30 billion to address that small slice of the American population whose subsidies totally go away. The main point, and then I'll turn it over to the senator from Florida, my main point is almost 22 million Americans on the exchanges will continue to get subsidies, and because insurance rates are going, those subsidies on an annual basis are going to increase. They're not even going to decrease. The dollar amount will be increasing for most of those 22 million Americans. They're going to go back to the way Obamacare was originally designed. So if they can't afford the health care, based on going back to the way Obamacare was originally designed, it's not because the enhanced subsidy is going away, it's because of the way Obamacare was originally designed. It's failed miserably, It's damaged millions of people, and I am happy to sit down with the other side if they're willing to acknowledge the truth, admit they've got a problem, define the problem properly, do a root cause analysis, and actually enact reforms that will lower or certainly keep in check the cost of health care. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Florida.
First off, I want to thank my colleague from Wisconsin. You know, not only has he worked hard to try to do what all Republicans have been doing to open up this government, he's also worked his tail off to try to get people paid. And it's hard for me to believe that the Democrats don't want to pay people that are working. I don't care whether, you know, it's the military or the FAA or people that work here on the Senate floor, people work in our offices, Capitol Police, everybody should get paid. There's nobody that shouldn't get paid. So I want to thank my colleague for working his tail off to try to make that happen, and I'm really disappointed that my Democrat colleagues are not willing to do that. Here's where we are. The government has been shut down for 39 days because of Democrats. Not Republicans. Republicans want to open up government. Democrats have voted to shut down government. We voted time and time again. Republicans have voted to open the government, and Democrats have voted to shut down government and not pay food stamps, our troops, our air traffic controllers, or Capitol Police, the people that take care of us. I've also tried to pass my no budget, no pay bill. So if Democrats want to fund the government and pay our federal workers and our troops, if you ask the average American, do they think the same people that have said they don't get paid or they don't get their food stamps, do you think they're saying, well, I want to make sure they get paid? Absolutely not. And of course, when I brought that to the floor, Democrats blocked it. So what are the Democrats telling our families? They don't care about you or your family. It's clear. They don't care if you can put food on the table, pay the rent, pay the mortgage, make sure your children get health care. They are saying they do not care. They're heartless. They don't care about members of our military who are trying to provide their families while protecting our country. They don't care about moms who are relying on SNAP to feed their kids this month. They don't care about the Capitol Police who are keeping them safe every single day. They don't care about the millions of Americans who plan to fly but are now losing money on canceled tickets, unsure of their safety in the skies, and having to scramble to see and spend, they're scrambling to say, should I go home at Thanksgiving? And think about this. You think when there's fewer flights, the price of air travel goes down or up? It goes up. They don't care about federal workers, including their own staff, who are visiting food banks to make ends meet, or surviving on peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and rice and beans. Well, they come to work every day because all our staffers are coming to work every day, even though they don't know when their next paycheck is going to happen. Not only are Democrats saying they don't care, they've also said, quote, each day gets better for us. And, quote, there's no reason to surrender. How does it make you feel when you've been relying on food stamps? How does it make you feel when you're worried about paying the mortgage or the rent? Millions of struggling Americans who don't know when they'll be able to feed their families or how they're going to pay their mortgage or pay the rent. Capitol Police. And the thing about the Capitol Police, Democrats see them each and every day. When you walk around the Capitol, you see them. When you walk into these buildings, you see them. And they can look them in the eye and say, they voted to make sure the Capitol Police didn't get paid. I mean, I can't imagine how they can do that. Democrats think that every day they refuse to fund the government and instead choose to use Americans as leverage to extend these expiring Biden COVID subsidies to send money directly to insurance companies. And look at this. Has it worked? Everybody should invest in the insurance companies. Look at the money. Look at the dramatic increase in stock price. Because guess what? As Senator Johnson just said, the money goes directly to the insurance companies, and there's millions of Americans that don't even know they're getting the insurance, so they never used it. Just pure 100% profit. Do the Democrats suggest there's any fix on that? Absolutely not. Democrats want you as a taxpayer to pay for abortion. They want you to pay for trans surgery. It makes no sense. They don't want you to know that they shut down the government. They want to blame it on somebody else. But think about it. 52 of 53 Republicans voted to open it, and all but 3 Democrats voted to close it, time and time again. Now, as Senator Johnson said, Republicans want to address health care costs. President Trump said this morning that he wants to address the problems of Obamacare. What happened with Obamacare is they said, let's think of the lies here. You don't need to lose your doctor, biggest lie of the year. You're going to save $2,500 a family. It's skyrocketed. Premiums are up, co-payments are up, deductibles are up. You know, back when Obamacare started, if you had a $3,000 deductible, that was a catastrophic plan. Now you can have a $10,000, $5,000, $14,000 deductible under Obamacare. That's not a catastrophic plan? Well, President Trump said this morning he wants to address the problems of Obamacare and stop sending massive checks to insurance companies and give the money directly to Americans. He said, I'm recommending to Senate Republicans that the hundreds of billions of dollars currently being sent to money-sucking insurance companies in order to save the bad health care provided by Obamacare be sent directly to the people so that they can purchase their own much better health care. Now, think about this. When you're raising kids, the money they make, do they spend better than the money you give them? You better believe it. If we gave the money directly to the consumer that needs health care, do you think they'll spend it better than the government will spend it? You better believe they will. And maybe they'll have money left over. If we want to fix Obamacare, we've got to give the money directly to the person and let them buy the health care. So if you're going to get a health care subsidy under Obamacare, right, you should get the money yourself in an HSA and then let you buy what you want. The government shouldn't tell you what insurance you have to buy. If their idea was so good, why did the cost go up so much? It hasn't worked. So what he said, in other words, take from the big bad insurance companies, give it to the people, and terminate per dollar spent the worst healthcare system anywhere in the world, Obamacare. I've got a plan to do just that. It will bring down the costs. It'll give you more freedom. Instead, Democrats are fighting to keep these Biden bonus credits to try, what did they do in the first place? They did it to mask the cost of Obamacare. Obamacare's costs are skyrocketing, and they said, gosh, we don't want people to know that, so we're going to give you a whole bunch of money, and so you won't even know what it costs. And to make sure you didn't know what it cost, they sent the money directly to an insurance company. And there's massive fraud. So here's all you had to do. If you wanted to make money off the system, you just had to know somebody's name, birth date, address, and maybe telephone number, and you could sign them up. You an agent, you got paid. Insurance company got the money. You might not even know you got it. There's somewhere between 4 and 6 million Americans that didn't even know they're getting this. Money's just going directly to the insurance companies. And guess what? The Democrats want to keep that going. Massive fraud with your tax dollars and keep it going. They want to keep this abuse going instead of fixing the root problem, the rising cost of health care. It's all caused by Obamacare. When the government gets involved in things, they often go up in price. If Democrats actually cared about the health of American families, they come to the table with a sane proposal. Instead, they want to keep wasting dollars by sending it directly to the insurance companies who are engaging in fraud to inflate their bottom line. There are parents right now who don't know how they're going to be able to feed their kids. Well, guess what? I grew up in a poor family. I watched my mom struggle to put food on the table. I remember when there was a farmer's market, when they were going to throw away the food, she would ask them for that food to be able to feed us. You know what? That's going on across the country. Under the food stamp program, that shouldn't be happening in our country. But because of the Democrats' decision to shut down this government and make sure that people don't get their food stamps, that's going on. I just think about the struggles my mom went through and why would the Democrats would want to put moms and dads through that struggle today. That's exactly what they're doing. Democrats are refusing to fund food stamps and are stopping poor moms and dads like mine from feeding their kids, but they're getting paid. Let's remember this. All the problems are being caused, they still get paid. Now, Democrats promised to keep the government shut down and these essential programs shuttered until, quote, planes were falling out of the sky. Can you imagine saying that? Unfortunately, each day we're getting dangerously closer to Democrats getting exactly that wish. Air traffic controllers are calling in sick so they can instead work at jobs where they get paid. Think about this. They're having to not come in because they're not getting paid and taking jobs like with Uber to get paid so they can put food on the table. So we're making an already very stressful job more stressful. And Americans are paying the price both financially and with their safety. Now, Secretary Sean Duffy could see the stress in the system, and so he started to reduce the number of flights. What he's done so far, I think it will mean 500,000 Americans will have their flights canceled each and every day. Think of that. So think about it. You might be going to a funeral. You might be going to a wedding. You might be going to see a sick grandparent. You might be coming to see the birth of a new baby, and your flight just got canceled. So, and think about this again. If there's fewer flights, the prices will probably go up. Now, right now, millions of Americans are watching us wondering if they're going to have to cancel their plans to fly somewhere on vacation or home, see their loved ones for Thanksgiving. People are wondering if it's going to be safe to put their grandkids on a plane. They're wondering if their tickets are going to get canceled or have to pay more to cover changes to hotel rooms, longer stays at the airport, car reservations. Americans don't get it. Why do Democrats not want to open up government and vote to put the American people first? Now, look, we can have a policy conversation, but why would you shut down government over that? So think about what my personal belief is. The Democrats will come up with some reason to shut down government under Trump. They did it in the first term. It didn't happen under Biden's term. Republicans didn't shut down government. And the bill that we're talking about is the Biden budget. I didn't vote for it. I don't like it, but I'm not shutting down government over it. Now, I remember when I was a young sailor in the Navy, I was a radarman. I got married at 19. My wife clearly married me for my money. I was making $332 a month. Our rent cost $250. She was making, I think, $75 a week as a legal secretary. So if we didn't get paid for over a month, which is where our military is going to be, how would I pay the rent? Do you think the landlord cares about my problems? You think the grocery store said, oh, we're worried about you, sailor, young sailor, we'll give you some food? No. We have maybe $25 in savings. Most people live paycheck to paycheck in this country, especially young sailors. I can't imagine how Democrats can see young military families like mine and keep choosing to deprive them of their salaries with a clear conscience. Many of these Americans now going without a paycheck are young families who are just starting out. Just think about it. When you start out, you live paycheck to paycheck. You probably get a mortgage that's too big. You're optimistic, you think you can do this, and then all of a sudden, poof, your income just completely goes away. They would never have imagined that Democrats would have made the decision that they didn't get paid. These young sailors, they want to serve their country, give their kids a roof over their heads, and offer them the opportunity to thrive. And Democrats are denying them this and putting their futures in jeopardy. But they get paid. Oh, one of them said, I have a mortgage. One of the Democrat senators said, I have a mortgage. How many other Americans have a mortgage? But they don't care. Food banks in my state are strained. I was talking to a friend in Tampa yesterday, and the lines were unbelievable at the food banks to get some food. These are both families that have relied on food stamps, and they're federal workers that need to get paid and miss their paychecks. I think it's the same everywhere I've talked to around the country. Some food banks in Florida are reporting a 300% increase of families seeking help since Democrats first shut down the government. Last Sunday when I was home, the church, we support a food bank, and so the church said, one, will you bring in, more food? It's and they wanted basic necessities, and they also raised money to try to buy more food. One TSA agent working in Miami visited a local food bank and described how her family was scraping by, not knowing when her next paycheck was coming, and she said it's demoralizing, and it was getting pretty bad. A recent CBS article highlighted how federal workers in Florida who have been working for the last 39 days without getting paid are now turning to food banks for the first time while they still show up, and they're still doing their job. It's time for Democrats to show up and do their job. I just don't get it. How can Democrats not care? The American public should be outraged. I am. I think it's time for Democrats to finally choose the American people over these insurance companies that have made a fortune over a program that doesn't work. It's time for my Democrat colleagues to do their jobs and vote to fund the government. Now, we should have a conversation about how do we fix Obamacare. Republicans didn't create Obamacare, Democrats created Obamacare. And remember, you're supposed to keep your doctor, lie. You're supposed to keep your plan, lie. Per family, you're supposed to save $2,500, lie. It was supposed to save the federal government, I think, $100 billion, lie. So it's all been a lie. It's all failed. So we ought to fix it. We ought to sit down and say, how do you drive the cost of health care down? We should work hard to make sure everybody has access to great health care. We must stop taxpayer money from going directly to insurance companies who are posting record profits. Instead, give the money directly to Americans who need it. We can give the money to them directly through a health savings account and let them pick the insurance they want. We should allow Americans to shop across state lines, find the best insurance product for their individual family. This will clearly drive down the cost of health care. But first, Democrats, open government. The American people should be calling every single Democrat. What should happen right now is every American should call every Democrat senator right now and say, open the government, have a heart, and stop getting paid until you do. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I know that we're getting ready to wrap the day here on this Saturday, and I just wanted to take just a couple minutes. I really don't feel like I'm speaking as the senator for Alaska. I feel like at this moment I want to be the senator speaking for the men and women who allow this place to happen on a weekday, but also on a weekend. There's a lot of really great people who come in day over day over day to either protect the Capitol, to clean the Capitol, to help make sure that our operations are efficient and expedient to the extent that we can be. They keep the wheels on the bus, if you will. And along with all of our other federal employees and so many that are being impacted by this shutdown, they haven't been paid since the 1st of October, since the shutdown began. And the pressure points are real. I spent a lot of time talking to these people because they're the ones that are making things happen here. And we're here on a weekend, and I'm glad, Mr. President, I'm glad we're here this weekend. I didn't want to be here last weekend, but I said, until the government is open, we should be here doing our jobs. And so I'm glad that we're here. But I also recognize that this is not business as usual. This is not ordinary times. This is a Saturday. It's a beautiful day in Washington, D.C. right now. And we have asked those who are our stenographers, those who are doing the photocopying, those who are outside guarding the doors to this entrance, we have asked everybody to be here. We've asked everybody to be here. The Capitol building, the doors that are open this weekend, almost identical to what we would be doing on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. The doorkeepers who are outside, same schedule as usual. The employee assistance program, same schedule as usual. The food services, a little bit pared down, but outside of some different hours, schedule as usual. The ID office. Do we really need to have the people who work at the Senate ID office here on a Saturday and a Sunday? The media galleries, the parking operations, the photographic services. Do we really need to have the Senate photographers coming in? Those people who have kids who they don't get to see during the week, we're now asking them to come in, be on standby here during the weekend, drive 45 minutes to come in. Printing and graphics, we need charts. Well, those folks are all still here at the Senate Post Office, Senate Recording Studio. Mr. President, I care about the people who allow our operations to function, and I don't want us to grind them down. And so I'm asking that our Sergeant at Arms, along with those who have the oversight, it's the Senate Committee on Rules and Administration, I'm asking them to take a look at this list and to make sure that we are treating the people who stand by us with the degree of respect that they deserve during a really difficult time. We need to get the shutdown over, behind us yesterday, but in the meantime, let's think about those who are here. And with that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
You have a full. Madam President.
Majority Whip.
Well, Madam President, first let me thank you for the wonderful remarks you just made on the floor, and I would hope that our Democratic colleagues were listening and would follow the advice that you've given. I think it's a good lesson in leadership, and one that I think that we all believe would be best if it were followed by all of America. Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 1:30 p.m. on Sunday, November 9th, that following the prayer and the pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and the Senate be in a period of morning business, with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
If there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 1:30 tomorrow, Sunday.